What is up? We have the draft lottery for the 2023. I don't know, Z, how long have people been talking about the ridiculous draft class we're looking at here?
About 18 years since these kids were born. You know, everyone knew immediately that this would be a special class. So I'd say right around there. Everyone knew about Bedard before he was born. So,
yeah, who's the biggest riser since they were like 9?
I mean, Bedard could go play in the NHL now, so somehow it's still Bedard.
Oh, shit. Well, all right. We got here coming up, about 12 minutes now, the actual start of the draft lottery selection show, which I'm sure they'll start with some BS. But to kick it off here, Z, I mean, going into this, what are you hoping for? Or I guess if it's bigger for you, what are you hoping not to happen?
I mean, realistically, if I get my way, at the very least, Chicago does not win this fucking lottery. And then, I'm sure we'll dive into it later. But again, I would love to see this goddamn Bedard kid end up in Columbus, dude, because I just think, number one, again, we've talked about this like the other day. It's underrated market because those fans are nuts. But, the fact that he could slip in there, and they're already a team that's not really looking to just fully rebuild for a few years. He could actually step in, be an impact, and they want to be good soon. So I think that also jumpstarts his career. But the players that he already would have around would be like Line, Gaudreau, and then the other guys that they drafted the last couple of years that are coming, that would be electric. Yeah. And Anaheim, they've got enough. I've had enough. They've had a good time. They're good. They can slip back a few picks here. But as long as Chicago doesn't get them, we're good.
Well, and what's the deal? They switched it this year because I know in the past you could fall back 3 spots. Did they just change it this year? Or was it last year they put in that you can fall back 2?
I don't know. They just make if anyone knows in the chat, just throw that in there because I stopped trying to figure out what the rules are. It feels different every year. All I know is someone that's usually the Vancouver Canucks gets fucked over every year, no matter what, and the Coyotes for the most part. So I mean the Coyotes though, they might have lucked out pretty good last year, but there's always a couple teams every year you're those poor bastards they can never. It's usually fucking Vancouver dropping 6 spots.
Well, they're in a weird spot too where it's hometown boy, quote unquote, Vancouver born.
Another fun option though. Yeah,
but they are the last team that could move up for him, are they not?
It's either them or is it what is it? Oh no, I think you're right. Yeah, no, I think you're right.
So that would be wild. They would go absolutely nuts. And Rutherford would still find a way to fuck it up, but that's beside the point.
He'll take Charlie Stramel because he's 6 foot a million and he hurts people.
Yes, that works.
Someone just said about Detroit. Literally, they were another team that always they drop back, and then this year I think they changed the rules that they also have they basically would it would take a miracle for them to get that far up and get Bedard too. The yearly rule it finally changes. I can't remember exactly what the math is, but same time last year, 2 years ago, they would have had a significantly better a better shot to get it. They just can't. But again, they're that would actually be a real fun situation though too. Again, you want to talk about I would love it if a team that's not interested in rebuilding for a few years would get him because I want him to be in a good situation right away because this kid is legit. He's already a superstar. It's insane. You know how insane it is for that kid to literally be the sole reason that every WHL barn is selling out every single game. It's sick. It's
pretty cool.
That series against Saskatoon was insane. because Saskatoon's already electric as is, but like that barn was rocking when they played.
Yes. It's funny too, because I feel like most Minnesotans are like weirdly cheering against Arizona getting it because they're concerned that if Bedard goes there, that means Cooley leaves immediately. I'm not sure. Is there a correlation there for you?
No, I don't think so. If you're Arizona, I don't know why you even want to bring. I don't know why you would want to take Cooley out now, anyways. Other than he's like wicked funny too, and he's nasty. Dude, those like
Those reasons.
The final four, like when they're doing like the mini player interviews, there was so like Cooley was put on this earth to play hockey and do legitimately nothing else.
What was it that Nyes asked him what SPF he uses, and he said sunscreen?
Yeah, I guess sunscreen. I think someone told him to say that, but like he said, I think that's what he said after. He's like, yeah, no, he told me to say that. I don't know why. So it's just like also very funny that he like was not in it. He's like, okay, I'll say it.
Just didn't care. Like, yeah, sure, I can do that.
He probably thought that's like a flex. Like,
it could be problematic in Arizona, though.
It's a new curve, actually. It's SPF.
Oh, we got Anthony chiming in, and I don't know, Z, I'm terrified. I kind of agree with him. It's it's rigged for Chicago.
It feels dangerously,
dude.
Like, ugh, I'm gonna puke. Like if that happens.
Oh, I'm gonna too, because the worst outcome for me is Chicago getting it. Although Philly is right there as a 1B, but I have the worst thing to come out of Chicago. That's my punishment when that does come to fruition. We have the.
Can you explain to me what this is? Because you were just,
dude. So Jepson's Malort. Either people know exactly what it is when I say it and they cringe, or they have no clue what it is. Basically, it's this. They call it a liqueur, but I don't know why the hell they'd call it that. It's like its own brand of alcohol. I don't know, not brand, style. And it's literally only sold because their gimmick is that it's like the shittiest thing ever. So it's like a gag thing people buy, and it's like, oh yeah, you got to take a Jepson shot. Like if you lose something, I don't know. So yeah, I have that here and ready. It'll not be enjoyable, but I'm going down with the ship. And if not, if it's anything besides Chicago or Philadelphia, I'll probably bust out the Weller instead in celebratory fashion.
Yeah.
But for right now, gotta shout them out. You guys hear us talk about it enough. Back Channel Brewing. Any of the local listeners tuning in right now? Sick can, really good beer. It's called Ursula. All of their beers are like made off of like Minnesota ties. And this is Ursula from Super Troopers, sitting there with the bundles of weed in the background in the cop car, and apparently a sniper rifle. But just a delicious New England IPA. Z, safe to assume that you're crushing Bud Lights?
No, Miller High Life, the champagne of beers.
Ugh. Miller, huh?
I don't know. It just walking to the liquor store today. I'll be honest. I was walking home from work, and I was like, "That's the first one I saw," and I was like, "Perfect. I'll take 30 of them." We'll
no straw. That's improvement.
Yeah, the straw. It's just a little too far away in the kitchen. So,
my wife got into the glass straws. Like she has like a bundle of them.
Oh, fancy! The fancy stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. Didn't know if you've ever dabbled or not.
Yeah, I've given them a shot before. They're not bad. They do the trick. Sturdy.
I imagine they don't have them at the drop though.
No, they don't. They don't hand those out at the drop. No. None of that. It's dangerous when I go straw in beer at the drop. You gotta be careful here.
Yeah. Ooh. Court Lalonde. If it's rigged, he goes to Phoenix and demands a trade like Lindros. Do you think there's any world where no matter where he goes, he comes in and he's just like, yeah, I'm not doing this?
No, I don't think he will. I think there's so few guys that are like, I just can't see that happening now. Like a high pick, like be like, nah.
Oh, Z, we got someone trying to rally you up here. I'll just let you take this one and run.
I can't read, so
okay, I'll read it then. From our buddies over at Gopher Puck Live, I'm sure this is Jupe chiming in. Time to get rid of the Rossi jersey. Time for the Wild to move on.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I also went deaf.
All right, then. He is refusing to address this one.
Yeah, I'm not taking the bait. A lunacy. Also, just to completely switch the subject, Tankathon has like, so I have just because I wanted to see the percentages or whatever.
Yeah.
And they have like the streaks for each team, how they ended the season. It's like, a bad one's like San Jose lost 6, but like Anaheim lost 13. Last 10, 8-2.
Jesus. Have I talked to you at all on here? I talk about it all the time on the Sota pod, but have we talked about the Shane Doan draft lottery suggestion?
No.
Have you heard of it? I think it would be incredible. The league will never do it because Bettman, but the proposal, because he literally sat there and watched his kid who actually just signed his ticket with the Arizona Coyotes. Not a big deal. He was actively cheering for the Coyotes to lose in the Bedard or in the McDavid year. And he said it was so gross to him that his kid was cheering for losing that he needed to come up with a solution. And that solution was the day each team is mathematically eliminated from the playoffs, they start accumulating draft lottery points for each win. I love that idea. I think it's brilliant. But again, the league will never adopt it.
See, I just can't see any of those, any idea to put incentive on teams to not fucking tank or whatever. First of all, everyone says that players don't tank, but I can't see any players wanting to do anything having to do with improving a team's draft lot, even if it's win the public. This is so fucking embarrassing. We have to win because we suck. No way. Anytime someone suggests, you're really gonna walk to this fucking dressing room and tell hey guys, we're not good. We're really bad because of the players that are on this team, and we need you to do this so that we can get a good player in 5 years. No matter what it is, if I'm in that room, I'm scoring on my own fucking net. Then I don't care if we have to win to get a good draft pick. I will shoot on my own fucking goalie, get my stats up.
Yeah, but I gotta hear the pump up speech too, Herb Brooks style in the locker room. What do you say to motivate the team to lose there?
What if two teams that are the number 1 and 2 teams, again, if it's a point if you need the most points to get, what if it's the 2 worst teams the last day of the year, the last game of the season, going toe to toe, winner gets the number 1 overall pick, and guys are just selling out, fucking fighting, it's absolutely insane. That would be something else. Can you imagine? And then what do they celebrate? Do they do throw the fucking gloves, the buckets in the air if they win because they get the number 1, the first overall pick?
I mean, it's weird though, because you'd think the top half of the lineup is excited if you can bring in a Bedard, but it's some of these guys, it's oh, so I'm playing for my replacement to come in. Sweet.
Well, or it's guys that 2 years. I mean, anyone that's realistically signing in Arizona the last couple of years that it's 35 and older, they're really, this is gonna be how I end my fucking career, having to win a game against the second worst fucking team in the league. So I can fucking get this, keep my stall warm for him. Good.
Jesus.
That's the good stuff right there, baby.
Looks like they might kick some of the lottery stuff off here soon. Anyone besides Chicago and Philly that would just really bother you if Bedard went to them?
Montreal. I can't. They took Slavkovsky first overall last year, and I wouldn't have taken Slavkovsky. I mean, he's a stud, but that wouldn't have been who I would have taken first. But they still fucking nailed that draft, and the last couple of years, they've stockpiled some insane prospects. So that will make me vomit if they get fucking Connor Bedard too.
Bedard,
if they get Bedard, they're gonna be when they're already gonna be very good in a couple of years with the guys that they have coming. If they get Bedard, I promise you, I will vomit right here, right all over myself. You may never hear from me again.
So is that your worst case scenario? Because you sound
no Chicago. Nothing beats Chicago. They don't need anything good to happen for them for a long time. Like they really don't.
Fair.
Is it Philly free? Is Philly like the one for you?
No, I think Chicago would still be worse.
My wallet.
Their fans.
I don't want Philly to get them either.
Dude.
Yeah, I don't want them. I don't want Philly either. But my wallet would be. I bet on Philly to win the lottery, so I wouldn't mind making a couple $100.
If I got to choose between the two, I'm lightly leaning Philly, but like there's not a winner in that scenario for me. But like just knowing Chicago people like I do, seeing what it was like to have them for a decade dominating under Taves and Kane, I can't even imagine what would happen with Bedard. I want no part of that. And that'd be really a bummer for the Wild. But yeah, dude, Bedard going to Philly. First off, is there like a weirder place for him to go? Like throw him in with Torts? Are you kidding me? Like that, they might break the kid. He might be done with hockey after a year.
Maybe he would do the Lindros in the Philly situation, and they would feel it. They'd feel it finally, you know.
That would be incredible. Or, dude, just imagine Perry Melrose comes back to coaching. Bedard lands there, and he's like, I don't think this. I don't know
if he can play. I don't know if he can play in this league. I'll never forget fucking meeting that dude. We talked about it for a while on the podcast a couple weeks ago, and fucking he is. I don't know what planet he lives on, but it's not Earth. And I mean, like, just the fact that he was at the greatest bar in Boston. So, like, there's like 700 people all around him in Butchergrass. And, like, people are trying to talk to him. And he literally is just, like, looking through people and, like, out the window. And there's nothing going on. He's just, like, looking out there. And again, I shook his hand and the skin on my hand fell off. He's like, fucking. Hey, what did he say to you? He's like, yeah, I want Minnesota.
I'm from Saskatchewan. Of course I'm cheering for Minnesota. Just so bizarre. In the elevator at the night after, just literally calling BU and Quinnipiac his team, basically. It's brilliant.
Ugh. He is just I can't even. That's so fucking funny. Yeah, I want Minnesota. I'm from Saskatchewan. Like, what?
Dude, they've got all of these GMs on like a big Zoom call on a screen, and I can't even imagine like what the hell they were thinking. Also, are they doing the same bullshit where they just walk the box out? Because if they want to eliminate any chance of like people thinking there's a conspiracy, you could just skip that whole part. Like actually do the lottery in front of us. Crazy thought, I know.
Nah, can't do that.
You know what, dude? Crosby went to Pittsburgh. I'm not going to complain about rigged drafts. I'm good with it.
Yeah, that was fucking unbelievable.
That's got to be top 3 for like people expecting it to be rigged.
Oh yeah,
all the reasons are there.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
I think number 1 has to be Edmonton with McDavid, though. It has to be.
The amount of fucking first overall picks they've got, it's like insane. And yet, this is like the first year that it's kind of come to fruition. We'll see what happens now. Again, apparently scoring 4 goals in a game is bad if you're Leon Draisaitl. Don't do it. 3 or 5.
Oh, Anthony just really digging in here, looking for Chuck Fletcher to become GM of whatever franchise gets Bedard, just to watch him keep the kid in the minors for no reason. That checks out.
They just sent shivers down my spine. Dude, he would fucking trade him for a 3rd-round pick and like Curtis McDermott. He's never punched anybody.
No, dude. He would for sure go to Philly and be like, yo, Bedard and what for me to get that beast Rasmus Ristolainen back? That's the move.
Can you believe that Rasmus Ristolainen's going to end up making like $80 million?
No, I can't.
Playing in the NHL.
In fairness, like there's 2 GMs that would make me a believer in that, and they are Chuck Fletcher and Dave Chiarelli. So
the main culprits.
I don't know what other GM would do that. God. How does people stop talking about the whole like signing Koskinen, extending him as his like last move the day before getting shit canned? Like
That
that's
was
just
so
brilliant.
it was so amazing because it was like he was so on his way out, and he was like, you know what, fuck these guys. I'm giving this dude $22 million fucking dollars.
Dude, I'm 50-50 on it. I don't know if he did it as a big fuck you or if he's like, all right, I'm gonna give
He
them
had
one nice
6
party
good
gift.
games. He had 6 good games. Let me fucking.
How can you trust a goalie that wears the number 19?
That's what we don't talk about enough. The fact that fucker was wearing the 1-9, like that's insane.
Yeah.
You better be nasty if you're a goalie rocking 19.
Seriously. Holy shit. Yeah, looking at the board, Vancouver would be the last team that has a chance to jump up.
Vancouver, yeah. It's like them and what, St. Louis?
It just went away.
Yes. Yeah, Vancouver, I think it's 3%, and St. Louis is 3.5%, and then Detroit's got 5%.
I don't know what would get Isha going more. Reeves signing like a 5-year ticket with the Wild or Bedard going to Vancouver. It's a toss-up.
Yeah. or if Vancouver signed like a UFC fighter. Bring him out.
A legit UFC fighter, yeah.
Like, yeah, never played hockey.
I mean, that's basically the plot of Goon, right?
Yeah. Literally. Yeah.
He'd be on board for that. Like, sadly, I think he would be very excited about that.
He'll find out in a week. Yeah, he's fucking.
There it is. The answer is lots of Kirkland lube.
That's so nasty. It's just.
Yeah.
The concept of a watch party is so fucking funny for the drafts. Like, what if your team falls like 7 spots?
Well, they can only fall 2 spots.
Well, I'm glad we're here on a Monday.
Scout speak for Bedard. Elite skill set and hockey IQ. Special NHL prospect. Scoring threat. Like, it's pretty vanilla.
They could have fucking asked anybody to write. He is good at the hockey.
No, he's really, really good. That's it. Drop mic.
Not his first. Look at where is he?
I don't know.
This is
I don't think he's there by his own free will.
That is a kitchen over his right shoulder. That is a fridge.
It's also the whitest house that I've ever seen. And I don't mean like demographically. I mean like there's not
he looks like
non-white on the walls or anywhere.
He looks like he's on the set of Dexter.
Dude, yes. Dude, he kind of has Dexter vibes. I don't know if it's because of the setting, but he kind of does. Look at him.
Oh my God, look how uncomfortable he is.
This is brutal.
Who picked the shirt?
I don't think he picked the shirt, the location, GPL chiming in too much white. I couldn't agree more. This is very awkward and uncomfortable. And it has nothing to do with me. So I can only imagine.
I love it. I think it's just perfect.
All right, Z, we talked about this quick before jumping on. Watch Bedard, or watch whoever gets number 1, not pick Bedard, and just throw the earth off its axis. Is there even a remote possibility this occurs?
I mean, like, remote possibility, yes. Like, going into the World Juniors, people were trying to make it a thing, like Bedard or Fantilli, and the World Juniors happened. It's like, okay, if we needed another, like, you lost, like, so, yeah. So people could, again, look at him and say, well, we want that 6'3" center who plays a 2-way game and like is crazy physical and is just a lunatic
and spits on people.
It's the NHL, so there you go. Like if there's 6'3" center versus the kid that's 5'10", 5'11", who's the center, might be a wing of the NHL, but like I could see a team trying to talk themselves into it, but like it's the wrong decision, but like it's possible, yes.
If a team did it, who's the team that would do it?
You know it's Philly. Like, you know, like if they couldn't help themselves.
With Danny Briere at the helm, you think so? It's not Chuck anymore.
No, but again, like I could see what's his face. Oh my god, damn it, Bobby Clark be like, no, listen, take the big one, take the big guy. Do you remember when Bobby Clark was just carving fucking like everyone in the organization over the like picks the last couple? You're like, yeah, if I had it my way, we wouldn't have taken Nolan Patrick. I was like, Jesus Christ, like what the fuck, man? Calm the fuck down.
I don't think he knows how.
No, I don't know. I don't think he knows how like interviews work. We're like, hey man, a lot of people are gonna see this. Here we go. Are we starting now?
It looks like they're getting close. It is wild to me that if someone 12 through 16 wins it, then it automatically goes to Anaheim. Like, shouldn't they go again? Realistically, no.
16. Calgary. Look at them. Oh my god, they fired everybody. I forgot about that for a second. All right, so that's how it was supposed to go. Calgary gets 16. Oh, they're going right into 15. They're going right into 15.
Hey-o. Is it Nashville?
That's there you go, Nashville. What is he still doing there? Oh my god. Oh, we're going. Okay, we're just gonna. Is it gonna be Pitt?
They're just cruising. Hey, dude, Pitt to 4.
There you go.
Sounds
Pitt.
fun.
Oh my god! Did you see that dude's face? I was like, "Fuck! We need to move up 1."
Ooh. Didn't move up an inch, but that was a weird panel. They all looked like they were.
Everything is going according to the order, right? Oh, look at this guy.
Thus far.
Look at Kevin.
I respect that he had the...
We're going, right? We're firing through these fuckers.
So, I mean, so far, out of these teams, do you see any of them that, like, pop out and you're like, here's a guy that's in that, like, middle teens range that would just pop with one of these teams?
I mean, like, I look at 16 and 15 with Calgary and Nashville. I could see them approaching the draft fairly similarly. Like, I think both of them would look at guys like Sandin Pellikka or Dmitry Simashev if they both are, you know, down at 15 and 16. Oh my god. I can't. Every time I see Alvin, I fucking laugh. He's just like, yeah, I know. Guys, everyone's miserable. I get it. I am also fucking miserable.
So thus far, everything has gone according to plan. Calgary, Nashville, Pittsburgh, Buffalo.
Arizona, I need someone to drop. It's again,
the first
St.
one
Louis.
That pops, though, they have to be first overall then, right? The way this works.
Armstrong. Oh my god.
Thank God. St. Louis would not have been enjoyable. Oh, these next 3. I don't want any of them.
Say fucking Chicago. Come on. They've had enough. Dude. Don't say it. I don't really want to go to Washington either, although that would be really fun too. But I don't want
more funny than
they've
fun.
Had enough fun. It literally that we've had no fun so far. Everything is just going according to plan here.
Well, the way this works, only one of them might pop out of place.
Are they going to slow up?
Yeah,
are they just firing through these? Oh my god, they're literally like, all right, let's go.
St. Louis, Detroit, Washington, all go in order.
Say Chicago. Damn it. So there goes that bet. There goes that bet. Here we go.
We're happy.
Come on.
We're happy.
Give us something. Say Chicago. Say it. These fuckers, dude.
Not Arizona. To which Gopher fans rejoice. Dude, he could end up with Smith or Oliver.
Say Chicago. Everything's going according to plan. I am not enjoying this. This is a bad idea. I might sign off.
Hey, it's not Montreal. You should be happy about that.
That's a win. Say Chicago.
Glassesless Pierre.
Chicago. Drop a pick.
That would be delightful, please.
Oh my God, they're getting a top 3 pick. They're getting fucking. Oh my God. That would have been so great if they went to like 10.
Yeah.
Is that even
Not
possible?
possible, but I would have loved it.
If the NHL's like, you know what? Fuck you guys. Like, you guys get fuck up.
Now,
all right, now we're slowing down.
It needs to be Chicago.
Right. We slowed down. Jesus.
Yeah, they gotta draw out the suspense.
What?
All right, who's got it? Who's getting Bedard? Throw it in the comments. Speak now, or you can't be correct.
They're gonna announce Edmonton. Whoops. All right. Well, at least we didn't catch our breath now. Holy shit. They were just rifling. Do they do that every year? I never fucking pay attention.
I don't think so, but
I don't fucking know. I think they do that.
There's not many years that I'm too invested in it.
It's another one down. Oh, all right. So quite literally 0 surprises so far. No one's moved up. No one's moved down. Super boring. Need some kind of tampering going on. I need there to be like a miniature fix.
At this point, that means it's Chicago. So no, I don't need that.
No, I need some kind of like fix to be in. Like I need drama. Like would have been hilarious if someone dropped significantly, but no, the NHL just has to be boring. Classic.
Someone commented that it's going to be Philadelphia. I don't know about that. I like this. Jesus will get Bedard. I don't even know what it means, but
that could be dark. That could be a.
Oh yeah, I suppose.
This could be a real dark comment.
GPL says chalk.
Yeah, heinous. We need more drama.
Shelfeds. We got still waiting on it. We got 3 left. Anthony says Chicago. I'm terrified.
So your team, though, 14th overall. I don't see it happening because I think teams love the kid. But if the NHL scouts agreed with like the public scouts, there would be a chance that you would get Dvorsky. How emotional would you get if the goddamn Pittsburgh Penguins ended up with Dalibor Dvorsky?
I would get a custom jersey and put Rick on the back right away.
That's psychotic. That is a fucking.
To anyone that doesn't listen to Judd's Buds every Friday, we're talking about Dalibor Dvorsky and what his name could mean in English, and we're just like, oh yeah, it's probably just like Rick or something.
Yeah, same thing.
Basically the same thing. Dalibor.
So like,
Dvorsky,
I was going through.
Pittsburgh would be real fun.
So I think we said that whatever they'll do the lottery thing, and then we'll stay on for a little bit and just go team by team.
Yep.
And talk about players that could end up there and stuff like that, whatever. Dude, I'm not kidding. So I was like, before just like writing down some notes, like teams like, all right, who have they drafted recently? Where is their prospect pool lacking? Where could they really use the boost or whatever? And I got to Pittsburgh and I was just like, they just need anyone. Like every prospect position.
Dude.
If you had a target.
We've got Veach chiming in. I got my buddy texting me. Thanks, ESPN, for ruining it. And he just said, fucking Chicago. That is the worst fucking... No. They're already going over to the hockey game.
Oh, my God. Yeah, no, it is.
So, like, is it done? Did they go through it? Is it... You got to be fucking kidding me. They go away from it. Oh, now they're back.
Apparently, they did fuck it up.
Someone must have already
tweeted out
the outcomes or something.
Well, that's sad. I mean, realistically, again, though, like that means Columbus gets. Oh, Yarmo is pissed.
Just disgusted.
So is Davidson. They're.
Jesus Christ. So that means it's got to be Chicago.
That's fucking unbelievable.
What a fucking joke.
Like I lied. I couldn't have been. I lied. I didn't want any.
You asked for this.
No, I didn't. I
You
didn't ask
fucking
for
did
anything.
this. You have to be fucking kidding me.
What a fucking league. What a
Those loser
fucking league.
fair
Oh,
weather
and he.
fans get a fucking. Jesus Christ. I'm so done with this shit. What a fucking league this is.
What a fucking league. Like, this league is it's the worst league. It's the best sport in the world, the worst goddamn fucking league. I cannot believe these fuckers are getting Connor Bedard.
League rigged. Confirmed.
I lied. I didn't want anything to be rigged.
Hang on. Here's the real question, Z. It's already been said by Chicago and by Kane that Kane is not going back. Is Kane going back?
I don't know. I don't care anymore. I want to die. I'm sad. It's fucking unbelievable. They don't even they're not even trying to hide it.
Why can't they do the lottery in fucking front of us? Why do they need the cards?
Yeah, right here in my apartment.
For fuck's sake.
What a fucking league. It's unbelievable. It is fucking unbelievable.
I don't even know what the icing on the cherry. That's a new thing we might have to use. I like that.
I'm going to start saying that at work.
The icing on the cherry. That's brilliant. Taves gone and Bedard in. Thanks, NHL. Yeah, except this isn't even a swap. This is a fucking 3x upgrade. I'm sorry.
Well,
you can think what you want about Taves.
What I mean, fucking unbelievable. I'm just inviting everyone in this stream now if they want to come just drink the pain away.
Jepson's Malort. Oh my God.
Is it that bad?
So at first I actually So at first I'm like, oh, I remember this being way fucking worse. And it wasn't bad at all. And then 1.5, 2 seconds after, it tastes like I'm drinking rubbing alcohol. That was horrible.
Whew. All right.
And Chicago getting Bedard still felt worse than that. Oh my God, dude, it's bad.
I'm tweeting out the link, or I'm retweeting the thing. It's saying, we're not drinking our pain away. Please come. Please feel free to come join us. Join the party. Let's get sad drunk.
Come fucking drink with us. Send it. Oh my God.
Let's get the chat involved. Chat. How we feeling?
Dude, yeah. Chat. What are your real thoughts beyond it being rigged? Give us your full emotions. As long as you don't say something that'll get us kicked off the internet, we'll share the bitch. This is
I think that's impossible now.
It's not impossible. Oh, here we go. Our buddies over at Beerly Hockey. I'm really sad to be welcoming him in. We've got Aaron Kenny, our boy, Blue Jackets guy.
What a jersey in the
Aaron,
back.
I gotta just tell you, I'm pretty sure
I had to jump on that the one day I could get it. Buddy, it's going to be a lot of this
I took
tonight.
down some Malort to try and feel as bad as I felt about Chicago getting Bedard. It didn't work, but it was close.
How about Kevin Weeks going into it as ESPN was going to commercial before they officially announced it, though? Dude. If they could have not botched this thing any further, I mean, if people weren't thinking it was a conspiracy before, obviously the thing is predetermined. Everybody knows before they record, but they're like, okay, here's the fourth pick. And now they're about to be like, okay, here's some Bedard highlights. Let's go to commercial and we'll do the next three. And Kevin Weeks is like, and with that, Columbus drops down to 3 and Chicago gets the first pick, right as they're cutting away.
Yeah,
and we're all just like, what the fuck?
Oh, so, I mean, obviously there was hope. You've been chasing Bedard for a while now.
Yeah.
Going down to 3. Like, where are we at mentally?
Dude, it's deep
You're
in the
getting
back
a
of my
stud.
mind. I know. Fantilli's probably going to be gone now too. Those, as long as we were 1 or 2, I was going to be satisfied. I've wanted Bedard since like before last season, but man, fucking, I
drop
I
some
knew in the
knowledge
back of my mind
on a boy named Leo Carlson, real quick, just to make him
Leo,
feel better.
Dude,
It's my favorite player. It's my favorite player in the draft. I fucking love this kid. And like,
really,
oh my god, he's awesome. He's so fucking. I mean, he's at like 0.6 points per game in the fucking SHL on a very good team. Like, he's one of their best players. He's a big boy that can play center. He plays wing. Like, doesn't matter. All the kid does is produce. And like, the fact that he can do it without being like the quickest skater or the best skater on the planet, like, for me, there's no the only, if it wasn't for fucking Connor Bedard being Connor Bedard, like, you can't really lose with getting like a top 5 pick in this draft, because no matter what, or if they're gonna go the way that like Bobby Mack, who usually his like rankings reflect how the league feels, if you get Will Smith at 3rd overall, that is a whole lot of fun. Like, the idea of him with Gaudreau, with Laine, with Kent Johnson, with Marchenko, with the other Russian kid. I always forget his fucking name.
Chinikov.
Yeah, oh god, he's a stud too.
Yeah.
So, and like, they've got guys coming. If Jordan Dumais makes it and like is actually like a legit NHLer, that kid is insane. He puts up Crosby numbers in the queue. Like,
the like,
you can't lose with a 3rd overall player. It sucks with Bedard.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's,
or if they want to go Michkov, if they want to go the Michkov route, and you have fucking
if our team was on like an earlier timeline, I'd be all in on Michkov. I just, like, I know we're not going to see him for a few years, and then we're going to have Laine and Gaudreau getting older, and they're locked in at big deals. Werenski's going to be getting older. It's like, that kid's really got to pop instantly if we got to wait a few years for him, because we're going to have some not great contracts towards the back end there, I feel like.
And you're just like the Wild. You've never had that 1C. It's hard to not take one when it's sitting there staring you in the face.
Yeah, I will not be happy if they draft a wing. Like, even if Michkov ends up being a better player, we've been in this league for over 20 years now. We have never had a legit top line center. Dubois looked like he was kind of on the cusp there before he threw his fit and demanded out. And it was just like another gut punch. Man, I just knew in the back of my head Chicago was going to get this pick from day one. Like,
I think everyone
buried it.
It's just brutal.
Yeah.
The whole fucking world knew, like, these fuckers are going to give.
I talked myself out of it for a while, though. Like, I was finally like, no, you know what? This is the year that they like make us second guess it in the future when they rig shit. They can point back and be like, how the fuck did Columbus get it? Right?
Yeah.
Nope. Fucking Chicago.
Yeah. I am excited. So apparently the Blue Jackets are very high on Will Smith as well. I would not be surprised to see them go for him.
I would, and hey, I hope that kid ends up being a center at the NHL level. I think he's obviously fucking good enough to be too. That kid, the plays that he makes are fucking insane. Like, he's sick. And he doesn't, if he is a center and he's playing with, if he gets there in time for like when Gaudreau is still Gaudreau, the idea of him, like, those two aligned together, he doesn't even have to be like the premier playmaker line, because you have Johnny Gaudreau and Will Smith playing together. That's fucking insane. Or he's just going to be laying off. Like, Chinikov will put up 40 goals if Will Smith's right. If he's right next to him, dude. Like, there's so many options. He's
shown flashes. I like Marchenko a little bit better. I don't know if it's just recency bias, but Chinikov's also very good. We have a lot of good young prospects to be excited about. Just the way this season went with all the injuries and like hanging on to Brad Larson,
crazy, dude,
way longer than they should have. Like, halfway through the season, it was basically just a call like, hey, this is a bad coach. He's going to give us the best chance at getting a high pick, because you could see that like the team was incohesive. There were players complaining about practices not going hard, and like the defensive zone was a circus even at the beginning of the year when we were healthy. So I'm completely of the belief that they just hung on to Larson in order to lose as many games as possible and get the best chances here. And then
I mean, at that point, what? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, why? Like, why? Like, what's the point? Like,
yeah. And just like to see it all go like this, to get your hopes up so much and just like be hammering the drum at the draft simulator every day. And then like this shit hits. It's a gut punch, but we'll get through it. I mean, we've never drafted first overall except for when we traded up to get Rick Nash. So, I guess we'll be due for one someday, maybe.
Can't relate.
I think you're gonna be very happy with one of Will Smith, Leo Carlson, Matvey Michkov, like whoever the fuck. It doesn't even matter. Like those are studs. Like they're unbelievable. Plus, you have my favorite player from last year's draft coming in, Denton Mateychuk.
Dude,
His dad's a beauty, dude.
Who was the other guy?
Yuracek.
Yeah.
Is it
fucking unbelievable. I've heard both. I never know anymore. I just go with the last one that I heard.
Yeah, the Columbus broadcast always calls it Yuracek, but they've screwed up names for years before, so we'll have to ask the kid what he thinks.
Boys, what do we think about this? Is this just like the Wild have put themselves in a spot to never have a chance to actually draft good players?
Who?
Minnesota Wild?
I don't even know where they come into the fold here.
It's more so the pain of Chicago getting that pick.
Oh, yeah. No, now I'm there. It took me a second. I'm still just
lightly
whatever, dude.
I mean, this is where we were for a long time too, though. I mean, every single year, like we would either barely sneak into the playoffs or be dead last and then go on a run to pick like 15th or 16th, or I mean like 17th or 18th, like just outside the playoffs by the end of the season. So I know exactly how that feels. And it's just one day you'll be able to bottom out, I'm sure. But hopefully the same thing that just happened to us doesn't happen to you when that time comes.
Yeah, but dude, I mean, it's not really comparable when you think about when both teams entered the league.
Right. Exactly the same spot.
Z thought I was serious for a second there. All right, we're not going to do that again. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Fucking Chicago.
Sorry, I can't bring the energy here, boys. I'm just like gutted right now.
No, you're just here to drink with us. It's okay. Yeah, we're not as sad as you, but we're pretty sad.
Yeah, at least we only have to play against him twice a year. That's gonna fucking suck to be in the same division as that guy.
Yep, pretty much.
I don't know. You're gonna have a lineup of studs, though. You'll have a fucking chock full lineup of absolute studs.
Yeah,
dude, your blue line's gonna be real fun. Oh my god!
You mentioned Mateychuk. I actually went up and watched a couple of the games in Traverse City that those guys played.
Dude, he's fucking unbelievable.
He almost impressed me more than Yuracek in those games. I mean, this kid just controls. He's an absolute breakout machine. Like he completely controlled the pace of play every time he was on the ice.
Dude, my buddies that they do like the draft stuff with, they call it cocaine hockey. Like he's just fucking everywhere, dude. Like, just absolute video game cocaine shifts where it's like, is he a forward? Is he a defenseman? I have absolutely no idea. Like him and Damon Hunt together in Moose Jaw last season was so fucking fun. They were like as defensemen F1 and F2 on the forecheck, winning the puck back. Like, and he's a lunatic.
Oh, really?
He's nuts.
Like he's just like chopping it up after the whistles and stuff.
Oh, he loves it. Like he's he's a beauty, dude. Like he was my favorite player in the draft last year. Like he was my draft son, and his dad's a beauty too.
So not to bring up a sore subject, but this is kind of the podcast of sore subjects here, I guess. You're a big Bruins guy, right?
Yeah.
What were the thoughts post-mortem there? Do you think it was like everybody got sick and injured at the wrong time, or you think there's like deeper rooted issues?
I mean, like they all did. I mean, like every team gets injured though. But I mean, realistically, it was just Paul Maurice did his thing. He won the coaching battle, and legitimately none of the defensemen for the Bruins showed up. And like the thing with the Panthers, you're seeing against the Leafs now, where like the Leafs are trying to make these cute plays, trying to exit the zone. Florida, you want to dump it in against Florida, like perfect. We'll just dump it out. We'll run you through the glass in the forecheck and just like get bodies deep and we'll finish. And like they just play this style. It's like really kind of fucking hard to play against, especially if you want to play cute. And they just did that for 7 games against the Bruins. And I mean, like, again, the Bruins did not show up to a single one of those games, like at all. And there was one defenseman that was like decent and it was Brandon Carlo, and in that defense score, if Brandon Carlo is your best defenseman in a playoff series, you're probably losing. And I love the guy, but I think if he's your best defenseman in a playoff series, like you're probably losing the series.
With the
like it is what it is.
Line, yeah,
like McAvoy, Orlov, like it's Lindholm. Lindholm, I don't know what happened to him. Like he just was legitimately everyone that was like saying like you got to be nervous about Lindholm when he leaves Anaheim. Like if everyone's like thinking he's still who he was, and then he had the monster years. Like, oh wait, never mind. But then he was who everyone was like talking shit about in the playoffs. Yeah. So like, there you go. It is what it is, man. It happens.
Yeah.
And
it's
Florida. They're kicking the poor fucking Leafs, man. They wanted Florida. They wanted to win a first round, and then they fucking found out what the second round of the playoffs are like, and they're all like, "Yo, fuck this! Like this sucks.
We gotta do this 2 more times if we get through. Fuck that,
dude. If the Leafs get swept, are you sitting there like I don't like this at all. I don't like the second round. I don't like this at all. I don't enjoy this. This is not fun. I would rather fucking bow out in the first round again.
I gotta ask Z, is it somewhat more rewarding to watch Florida kick the shit out of Toronto than if Boston had done it? Just because Leafs fans are more upset about it?
Oh, I mean, like yes and no, because like the Leafs were able to talk shit to the Bruins for a total of like 32 hours. And then now they're right back. They're like, all right, well, fuck this. Like, this sucks. Fucking, we might not win a game against these fuckers.
Yeah, dude, Sergei Bobrovsky is looking like 2-time Vezina winner Sergei Bobrovsky in this series. I can't believe it. He did this shit.
They were paying him to retire.
I know. He did this shit for 6 games for Columbus in the playoffs. Every other playoff game this man has ever played, he's been like just a sieve. And now then he went to Florida and was terrible for a couple years. And now he's just like found his vintage form again. He completely stole that game too. I mean, I was flabbergasted. He
literally put his house on the market his last year in Columbus in like fucking November. He put his apartment, like he's like, I'm not fucking coming back.
Yeah, dude. I drove by it all the time.
Signed in Florida. He like bought a house in Florida in like March. It was like, I'm out, fucking. And then he was just chilling. They were paying him 10 sheets a year to fucking retire.
Yeah,
what a fucking pension
Alex
plan
Lyon.
that was. Yeah, back up Alex Lyon.
Hey, Minnesota boy. My brother played against him in high school.
Another beauty. Good dude.
Yeah.
Boys, what do we think? What comes because of this? Like, what other good players are going to gravitate to Chicago just because it's a big market and, of course, they have Bedard?
I don't know. I think it'll take a little bit. I mean, like any players, like if Chicago is making any kind of waves at all, like Chicago's a great city to go sign in. And like this definitely kickstarted that rebuild. And they had a couple guys last year in that draft. They added some real nice players too. So like, I mean, I don't know. It's like that's a long-term like effect in terms of like no one that's a UFA this summer is like, oh, I get to go play with Connor Bedard. Like they're not doing that.
Dude, weird how original 6 organizations call for a rebuild and then immediately get the first overall pick. It's fascinating.
Yeah,
pretty wild.
Maybe that's what the Bruins are doing. Playing the long game. They know the first round pick until 2025, but like, maybe they're playing the long game.
That's still like 3 years before Florida. So,
well, they ended up winning the Hall Sagan thing, the Hall 2010 draft. They've won it now.
Yeah,
Taylor Hall is a stud. They got Hall eventually.
Sure, yeah.
Well, Taylor Hall's got a track record of teams that he's on getting first overall picks too. So you got that mojo going for you too.
And the last year he's under contract is the next time they have a first round pick. So there you go.
Yep,
it's all fucking up here, boys. They're playing the long game.
Yeah,
this pretty much goes with what you said when it happened, Z. But on that overtime winner in Game 3, not a single red jersey gets touched.
That's what I tweeted, dude.
Like what?
Like it's not even. It wasn't even when the puck got like dumped. I mean, like Reinhart dumped the puck in. He fucking dumped it in the corner. But like the fact that they flipped it out from behind their own net, great play by Reinhart to create some separation, but like at no point was he under threat of being touched in the fucking neutral zone with a high flip-in pass that didn't even go into the offensive zone. Like everyone's like, "Ooh, Don't touch him. Don't touch him.
And
then like it got deep.
The zone entry, man. It was just he just walked through 3 Leafs like in between them.
I watched it like at first I was like, oh shit, what a goal, like what a wrap-around. And then I watched it like the zoomed in slow-mo. I'm like, oh, no one was in the same zip code.
Yeah.
Like in overtime. Are you fucking they could have two-handed him in the back of the head. They wouldn't have fucking called a penalty. Yeah, they didn't even they gave him an extra 12 feet of space. He still dumped it in. He rimmed it. And they still didn't get a body on Lundell, who also just tapped it into the fucking corner. Wraparound goal. That poor bastard, Joseph, well, he was good too. What a situation to come into. Immediately gets danced out of his shoes by Declare, like literally 47 seconds after coming into the game. And then he rebounded great. And those big dogs just did nothing.
Dude, Florida's just the land of ex-Blue Jackets who are now just playing their balls off. Anthony Duclair as well.
And ex Calgary Flames.
Oh, yeah, true.
Literally their whole second line that's really a first line. 2 of them are Flames.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Fucking Sam Bennett, man. Talk about him. He is totally the impact that he had when he came in that Boston series back off injury. He just is mixing it up all over the place, and nobody's got a response.
It was crazy because, like, in Calgary, like, he was in the doghouse of the fans all the time because in the regular season, it was like they would just throw him on the 4th line fucking every game. But then, like, in the playoffs, out of nowhere, he would just fucking – the kid was born to play playoff hockey.
Yeah.
But, dude, we were – game 1 versus the Leafs, like, we were recording the podcast. I turned the game on the second that we were done with the podcast. The first shift I saw was Sam Bennett going for the hit on David Camp. He was 15 feet in the air trying to like elbow his face into another zip code. And I was like, all right, Bennett's picking up right where he left off. And then I found out that I also missed that he killed Matthew Nice. And I was this fucking guy is an asshole. But what a player.
Have you seen
how does he go for how do you let him win when he tries to go between the legs in overtime against you? Like, or no, that was like that was in the 3rd period in game 3. He tried to go between the legs.
Yeah. He's a cheeky bastard, man. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. I'm just like I'm brutalized.
Train of shots.
We'll get the train back here. One last thing that we want to include you on, Aaron, before we go into Z's first, I don't know what to call it. It's not a mock draft because he's not predicting where people will go. It's who he would draft if he was the teams. But we got to get into this, Z, not for who you would take, right? But let's start. We'll skip the first 3 here. We'll go right to San Jose at 4.
Mitch Cobb.
Is it realistic that they pass on him?
Well, yeah, because like I think every team's going to be scared of that.
Sure.
The Russian thing, the fact that he's an undersized winger, sure. But
well,
I think
to go one by
we said it before, though.
How far?
No, we said it before.
What's the furthest?
I mean, 15.
Montreal 5, Arizona 6.
I could see Montreal's
7, Washington 8.
I could see him go to 7 or 8.
I
think he's scared.
I think San Jose. I like San Jose's prospects of looking at him though because that's the perfect landing spot for him. Yeah, they've got Hurdle and Couture locked up long term at center. They've got some young guys coming up at center ice. Like they can use scoring on the wings, and they don't need him right now because they know they're going to be in cap hell for a couple more years. Like you look at like 3 years down the road, they're going to be primed. I think with a couple more good drafts to have a good supporting cast for him to come in and just light it up.
For me, if he goes past Arizona at 6, I'll be shocked. I think that's the perfect spot for him to go when you consider the waiting period, where they're at as a whole organization. Like, if they don't take him, if he's there, loser GM move.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, like, the thing is, if San Jose is going to pass on him, that to me is because Columbus might go for Will Smith at 3, and then San Jose has the opportunity for Carlson at 4. And again, like Carlson's a big body. He gives you the option of center or wing. Like a lot of people project him as a center. He has not played center for a Rebro, but he just went to the world instead of going to the fucking U18 Worlds. He went to the Men's Worlds Championships because he's just fucking that good.
What a
and he's been lighting it up as a center for Team Sweden against like ex NHLers, whatever, or like current NHLers that like didn't make the playoffs. Like he is a goddamn stud. Like he's my favorite player. So like I think if San Jose passes on him, it's because Will Smith went to Columbus at 3, and they might say we can get this kid in 1 or 2 years with Carlson at 4. And at that point, it's all up in the air with Montreal. I don't know what because they've got a fucking loaded pool. They have plenty of snipers in that pool too.
Yeah.
And then if he made it to Arizona at 6, again, another good landing spot because they're in no rush to bring him over.
That's the thing for me. I feel like Montreal is in kind of a rush. Like not next year, but like waiting 3 years is not acceptable for them.
Right. Mm-hmm. So I could see them like it's the same thing as remember we talked about this last year. What?
Would San Jose go Smith?
If he was a 4? I don't know, possibly. Like again, like you're getting him before you get Michkov, so it all depends how they feel about it. But I think they're just like in such a good spot to take Michkov where like everyone knows they're not in a rush. Like they really like if this whole Russia thing, you know, if the geopolitical climate wasn't what it was, and if that kid wasn't locked up for this many years, he would be right there with Bedard 1 and 2. Like it wouldn't even be like a Bedard for sure thing. Because if you put fucking Michkov in the WHL this year, he's putting up fuck you numbers just like fucking Bedard did. Like it's in like this kid is unfucking believable. Again, he was playing in the KHL as a double underager. Like it's insane. Again, why do you think they signed him to that fucking like 11 million year deal? Like when he was like 4 years old. It's insane. The kid went to a significantly worse spot in the KHL. They sent them over to Sochi. They had lost like 25 games in a row. I think they had like 3 wins maybe when he went over to Sochi, and he ended up being like point per game, like on the worst team on the planet. Like that team is so fucking bad, and he literally got better, which is nuts. Like
that's crazy.
Michkov is so fucking good. Like it is a joke. Like again, he is right there in terms of like ceiling and like potential.
Do we think there's
he's right by Bedard?
Do we think there's any chance Anaheim looks at Michkov instead of Fantilli?
No, I don't think so, because I think they would love to have. They don't need if they can take Fantilli. You don't need Zegers to be a center, and you have that option too. Like it's crazy. Same thing with McTavish. Like it's that like Fantilli gives them another probably better version of Mason McTavish, and it gives other guys like, all right, we don't need him to pan out as a center. Sure. Yeah, because
then like throw both to the wing, right? At that point.
Well, I mean, they also have
what's his fucking name? Why can't I think of it now? Troy Terry. Like he's probably your QC. You got both them riding.
Terry's a right
with
wing.
Either center, huh?
Terry's a right wing.
No, there's another guy I thought they had.
Does he not bounce
like
back and forth?
Center.
Maybe he is just a wing. Yeah.
I thought they had one other like.
I mean, Z loves their veteran winger. Talked about him being a potential guy to pop at the trade deadline. You know what I'm talking about, Z?
Henrique. I think that's a great trade target for anyone in the league. But
that's who I was trying to think of. He plays center, doesn't he? Or has he been on the wing mostly there? Yeah.
No, he's a center.
He literally like revived himself the last couple of years playing with Zegers and being the center on that line. Like Zegers hasn't really even been playing that much center.
Wow.
So now like you add Fantilli to like that core with Zegers, McTavish, Terry. Like they also drafted what's his face from the Q last season, who's like, Nathan Gaucher last year. He is put on this planet to be like, he's 6'4", 200-something pounds, very good defensively, has legit hands, can be offensive too. Like that's your 3C. So all like if you add Fantilli to that mix, first of all, if Zegers, if you need to be a center, he can be a center. If McTavish needs to be a center, he can be a top 6 center. But if you add Fantilli, now you can just have McTavish and Zegers being just fucking wings if you need them to. Like, it's great. Like, that actually worked out so fucking well for them, too. They didn't even need the first overall pick. Like, it was either Bedard or Fantilli that is making that pool legitimately insane. Plus, they're going to get, like, They have like 3 guys on their back end that eventually could be like fucking 0.8 points per game defenseman. And like Minchikov is insane. That kid's sick. They also have, I forgot they had fucking Pashtyov too. That pool is nuts. So like, yeah, no, I don't see a world where they don't take Fantilli. There's no fucking way.
Oh man. Well, here's hoping they fuck up, right?
Here's hoping they fuck up, buddy. We're going to transition over to the first quote unquote mock draft here from Z. But before we do, I know you boys are recording tonight, and I'm sure no punches will be pulled. Want to plug anything? Like, when can people expect the episode to drop? What's going to be coming out?
Yeah. So I'm actually getting blown up right now because everybody else is ready to record and waiting on me. But yeah, Beerly Hockey at Beerly Hockey on Twitter, beerlysports.com. We are releasing 2 episodes per week, at least through the second round. We're normally dropping on Tuesdays, kind of mid-afternoonish, and Thursdays. We're recording on Thursdays, dropping on Fridays. And I am also releasing a playoff update, just kind of breaking down series stats, stuff like that. Usually every Wednesday or Thursday as well. So keep an eye out for that. I appreciate you guys having me on. Let me just kind of air my grievances on this whole draft lottery bullshit, the way it all went down. You guys just, your beauties, love being on with you. Have fun with your mock draft, and we're going to go just scream into the abyss if anyone's interested in listening to that.
Nah, likewise, buddy. Everyone check out Beerly Hockey, part of the Beerly Sports Network. And Aaron, tell Phil I'm very, very sorry about what happened to you guys. But before you do that, tell Nate I said you fucking deserve it.
I sure will. I know Nate will take that real well. He's got to be in the mood right now. Yeah. Dude, I just hope that somehow you guys hire Stan Bowman so we can like steal some people out of Pittsburgh.
Right off.
Yeah.
That happens. That's why you didn't get Bedard, because you even have that thought in your fucking brain.
Man, it's
fucking asshole.
It didn't surface until I had to take this anger out. You know, it came back to me. So.
Ricochet shot like you read
fucking
about.
Stan Bowman. Don't you wish that evil on me, Ricky Bobby?
Oh man, maybe that's why Chicago got the first pick. They had to suffer through that asshole for so long.
Yeah, they really fucking suffered.
Yeah, you're right. I know. Fuck those guys. Fuck that whole franchise. All right, I'm signing off. See you guys.
All right,
later, buddy.
All right, Z. Let's not waste any time. Let's get into it. For each of these, give me a couple of minutes on each guy and what you're thinking. But we're kicking off the draft. We got the bells going off. Gary Bettman's getting booed at the podium. Chicago inevitably comes up and announces.
I mean, there you go. Connor Bedard. We don't even have to.
So what can these fucking assholes expect to be coming in from Connor Bedard?
He will basically do whatever it is that you would like him to do. He can score. The shot is already like above average NHL level shot. The playmaking is something that like I think will actually even be better than it already is when he makes to the NHL, because he's going to be playing with players who can process the game at the same speed that he does. He's one of those players who his brain operates faster than like his feet do, and like generally the game in the WHL does. But the thing that he really like added to his bag this year was the fact that he is now also able to like play with players who can't really operate at the same speed as him, or like, because again, this is a kid that he is 4 plays ahead of what's going on, right? Like he already knows what the next play is, and the play after that, he's going to put himself in a good position. You know, and the thing with him is anyone that tries to be like, oh, well, you know what, I'll take Fantilli because, you know, Bedard, he might not make it because he can't play defense. This is a kid that's way too fucking good for you to give not one fuck about how he is defensively. Like he's that much of a freak. So
he's under 6 foot.
Yeah, well, that's a good point too. But I'll tell you what, man, like this year, I swear to God, he was starting scrums every single stoppage and like just getting after guys. But I mean, he's going to step in the NHL right away. And depending on what that lineup looks like, I mean, he already is their best center. He is going to have no problem stepping in, being an impact NHL player as a first overall pick. And the fact that it's in Chicago again, it's sickening, but it is what it is. Of course,
yeah,
it's what a fucking league.
What a fucking league indeed. Getting snubbed yet again. I'm sure Brian Burke is rolling over in his grave. Who is the Bobby Ryan of the 2023 NHL draft when the Anaheim Ducks reach the podium?
So the fact that Adam Fantilli falls in this team's lap is just, I'm sure, again, beautiful for them. This is a draft again, especially if you're already in a position like Anaheim where that prospect pool is already a top 5 pool as is. And the one thing that you're looking at in guys that either you're going to bring in or players that you're drafting high with high picks, if you can get another guy that's like a blue chip center, that's what I mean. You can't miss right there. So the fact that Adam Fantilli just fell in their lap. So now if Zegras doesn't pan out as a center in the NHL because he's gone back and forth, I feel like he's played a lot more wing than he has center in the National Hockey level. Now you have a guy like Fantilli who not only brings the offense because the skill is insane. Again, he's a big body. He's 6'2", 6'3", super physical, plays that really good two-way game already at such a young age. And again, he just checks every box. A two-way center that has absolutely point per game potential, where you're looking at it, you're we potentially have Fantilli and McTavish as a 1-2 punch for years to come. You have Zegras, you have Terry, you have plenty of other guys in the wing. I fucking still, I love Perreault still, another one of their prospects who's a winger. Mm-hmm. I think he plays a real fun game, but I think Fantilli fits the exact mold that they want, where he's super physical. He plays a hard game. Again, plays a two-way game, and he's a no-shit center that, again, well over point per game potential. I think this is a no-brainer pick for Fantilli to end up in Anaheim. And that's just a sickening. Again, we were saying it before a couple minutes ago. They have Nathan Gaucher, who they drafted last year too, and he is the epitome of the perfect 3C. And this just now you're not forcing him to be a top 6 center. He could be because he is good enough that I think that the potential's there. But now you're comfortable with him being that 3C again. He's 6'4", 200 some pounds, physical. This hallmark of his game is defensive play, and he's got the underrated skill. He's got offense to his game. So the fact that they're looking at their pipeline at the center position, Fantilli, McTavish, Gaucher, Zegras is technically a center, but I think he is going to end up being a wing, especially on this team. But
okay, so
the rich get richer. The rich get fucking richer with Adam Fantilli going to Anaheim Ducks.
Decidedly better 102 pick than Bobby Ryan. But the real question, I think, for Anaheim fans, supposedly Fantilli said he's going back and playing his next year at Michigan. Do you still think that's the case when Anaheim takes him or no?
I wonder if he looks at or I could go to California and play with Zegras, McTavish, Terry.
He thought it was going to be Columbus.
Yeah, he's but again, I think again, they're going to have all these kids. I don't think they're under the premise that they're going to be good again next year. So I think if he goes back, that's fine. Maybe. But maybe gets tempted by the idea of going to California, not seeing a snowflake for another year, and gets to, again, Zegras or McTavish or, whoever as his line mate, Terry. Sure, maybe he gets tempted by that. But I think if you're Anaheim, you pretty much leave it open for him. And I don't think there's any reason that you need to pull him out of Michigan. I think it would only be good for him. Hey, go win a national championship.
Hey. They're
not making the fucking playoffs next year. They're not.
No, they're not doing that. All right. Next pick. We just had our boy Aaron Kinney on from Beer League Hockey. Agonized over obviously not having the lottery go the way he wants. Who's Yarmo taken here at the 3rd spot in the draft?
Yeah.
If it's you, sorry, not who's Jarmo taking. Who would you take here if you're Jarmo?
I mean, I would probably end up taking Carlson. Again, Leo Carlson, he's a guy, a lot of people project him to be a center. I think he's more than capable of being a top 6 center at the NHL level. I think this is a kid who's got the high ceiling, high floor, where no matter where he is in your lineup, I think he's an impact guy. He's a 17, 18-year-old kid playing in the probably 3rd or 4th best league on the planet. And he is putting up like record numbers for a kid his age, where whether he was in the 4th line at one point when he went through like a minor scoring drought at one point of the year, and all of a sudden he was a point per game. The kid's a stud. We just said it. He opted, instead of going to the U18 World Championships with Sweden, he went to the Men's World Championships playing against ex-NHLers. He's playing first line center for that team and lighting it up. He's a stud, man. And like his ability, like I think he processes the game at a crazy speed. Like another guy that just thinks 2-3 plays ahead. And like whether he's center, whether he's a wing, like the skill, he loves to be on the puck, and he's like this ability to create separation. But like, I think his skating isn't necessarily like a hallmark of his game or whatever, but it's not like uncorrectable. Where if you can unlock the skating too, I think you've got like this just absolutely dynamic forward, whether he's center, whether he's wing. Again, I think like no matter where he is, he could be an impact middle 6 scoring wing or center. He could be a shutdown center at the 3C. I think he could play with really good players as a winger on a top line. Like he's a stud. He's my favorite player in the draft. I've said this before. Mm-hmm. And as soon as the betting lines come out for the Calder, I'm taking Carlson. So that's who I would take at 3. But if he ends up in San Jose, then I won't take. I won't bet on that. But
sure,
that's who I'd take at 3. But we said it before. I think they do end up taking Will Smith.
Yeah. Hey, this is all about who you
can't lose there either.
If you have the choice for the team in their build, that's what we're going off of. And a quick pause in the draft, because this is actually pretty interesting, deserves to be discussed. From our boy Sean Cosgrove, Arizona holds pre-draft workouts, loses a first rounder. New Jersey signs Ilya Kovalchuk to a contract that was illegal at the time, loses a first rounder. Chicago covers up sexual abuse for a decade. Connor Bedard.
Rigged.
All right.
What a fucking league.
What a fucking league indeed. All right. On to the San Jose Sharks then. Based on your pick for Columbus that you are going with, of course, your boy of the draft, Leo Carlson. San Jose Sharks, who are they taking it for?
I don't know how you pass on Michkov. This guy, again, you want to talk about like ceiling in this draft. He is not that far behind. I mean, I do think Bedard ended up with this year just completely separating himself. But I mean, you want to talk about offensive ceiling. Michkov, the shot is a joke. Incredibly creative. He has, like, you'd probably honestly say like poor skating, but it doesn't even fucking matter. Which, like, there are certain like foundational tools as a hockey player and like as an NHL player, and skating happens to be one of them. Like we've talked about this before. I put less value on it than a lot of people, but it is a foundational tool. If you can't skate, then like, okay, that's going to significantly limit you. But Matvei Michkov is a perfect pick for San Jose Sharks because they are in absolutely no rush. You want to talk about fucking cap hell. I mean, good for them for getting out of the Burns deal. I mean, I know Burns is still lighting it up and probably could have been a Norris finalist. But I mean, he signed for however more years. Couture signed for however many fucking more years. Vlasic has another like 4 years on his deal. Like, you're not in a rush to be good again. And you're going to let this kid go, continue to marinate in the 2nd or 3rd best league in the world. And again, this kid went to the worst team in the KHL. Like, that team was so bad and was, I think he ended up right under a point per game. Like, on a team that went like 25 games with 0 wins. It like didn't even sniff a win. Got the shit kicked out of him. And he instantly went there and like, not only did he like light it up offensively, but he actually corrected a lot of his game where he actually was a decently impactful defensive player for them. And really showed more to his game than just like scoring. So we said it before, if the geopolitical climate wasn't what it was, if this kid wasn't signed for 3-4 more years, he would be a no shit first or second overall pick, right, with Bedard. And again, we've been robbed of like Russia versus Canada, Michkov versus Bedard in like so many tournaments now the last couple of years, and it sucks because like it was those two. Like it wasn't necessarily just like Bedard no shit. I mean, I think Bedard always would have probably gone first because it's Canadian. But again, like you want to plant fucking Matvei Michkov in the WHL, you're looking at fuck you NHL, like WHL numbers. Like I mean, right there with Bedard, he's so much better than fucking everybody. Like he is a stud. Like he's so good. So for me, San Jose, that's a no-brainer pick. If this kid's gonna fall, like 2 years ago, this is like you're gonna let him fall to number 4. Right. Which is also just like wildly impressive. Like we talked about last year with Shane Wright. This would be beyond Shane Wright stuff, where it's like there's no reason this kid should be going 4th overall.
Totally.
And yet, who knows? Maybe he could fall beyond them too.
So 2 quick follow-up questions on that then, because one, like I think it's important to build off of what you said about like Brent Burns could be a Norris nominee this year. Guess what? Erik Karlsson is a Norris nominee. You already said it earlier in this stream that they got their top 2 centers locked up long-term, Couture and Hertl. Like, how baffling is it that a team with that kind of talent has kind of been dog shit?
Yeah, I mean, I think when they signed a bunch of those deals, though, I think there were a lot of people who were saying, man, you better fucking hope they pan out for like at least half of that contract. I think like there was evidence there when all of those deals got signed, like, oh man, you better like win like in the next couple of years. So like, it's not shocking to me that Marc-Edouard Vlasic kind of like fell off a cliff. And again, like it wasn't like Burns fell off a cliff, but they had to get some cap space back if they wanted to like pretend like they were still vying for not even like a playoffs, but just like be a good hockey team. But I think again, like they signed a lot of those deals. Everyone's like, man, you better fucking win the next 2-3 years because those are all going to be ugly deals. So I don't think it's like totally shocking. I think it was more shocking how quickly it happened, like how quickly all those guys like fell off. And again, like the one guy that they got out of that deal, like Brent Burns, who probably could have been a Norris finalist this year.
And they still had a Norris finalist after trade.
And they still have the guy that's going to win. So there you go.
Bizarro world. The other question, just for people that maybe aren't aware, and maybe you're not fully plugged in on this, but like there's been so much, right? Geopolitical issues, long-term contract, issues that some jackasses brought up about his father passing. And then like, is there anything though to the fact of like, is there any chance that he just says, fuck it, I'm staying in Russia? Like, is that at all a concern?
I don't think so. I think like, people bring that up about the Russians all the time, but these guys want to go play in the best league in the world, and they know. Like, I mean, you look at any of those guys, like they all at one point come over. Like they're like, can anyone think of like one kid like in Russia who just never left? Like even when they fucking had to like commit crimes to leave Russia and come over when they first started like defecting, you know what I mean? Like fucking like they all want to come play in the NHL.
Yeah.
So no, I don't think there's a world where Mitch Cobb goes, no, I'll stay here forever.
And any comments for the jackass that decided to bring like his dad into the equation?
That's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. I don't know why anyone would want to even like touch that, but like, I mean, it's the internet, and the internet's undefeated and very defeated at the same time somehow. So
fucking loser.
I don't know. It's not shocking. It feels like a fucking like John 0146212345 egg emoji or egg profile picture guy. One tweet ever.
No, it's usually
I can't tweet. This is my real account. Yeah. John _ weed lover 69/420.
Holy shit. All right. Moving on to one of your personal favorites, and I'll just call this out in case it's relevant to your decision making. We got number 5 overall, Montreal Canadiens, led by, unfortunately, my boy, Marty St. Louis. They do have the 17th overall pick as well from the Florida Panthers. your thoughts here. What are we doing at 5?
Yeah, no, and this is one of the teams too where like they're playing with the house money where they've got this crazy good prospect pool. So you're probably looking position by position at that point. They've got that 70s. They can either take a home run swing now or they can take it later. It does seem like just with how the NHL covets this guy. Well, I guess we're doing what I would do.
Yeah, what would you do? If you're the Montreal Canadiens at 5 and you can't tank the team, you can't destroy from within. What are you doing if it's the Boston Bruins with Montreal's roster and prospects just happens to be the Montreal logo?
Man, like Zach Benson, man, like I fucking love this guy. As a draft -1 on Winnipeg, who at that time, like they had, I think 2 or 3 guys that went first round last year in Geeky, Savoy. Maybe it was just those 2. Lambos was on that team from the year before. Like that team was loaded, like one of the best teams, not just in WHL, the CHL. He was the best player on the ice in like 80% of their games as a draft -1. And this year he does the same thing. No matter what line they put him on, he elevates it. So he's a guy, he'll be a wing at the NHL level. He's a winger now at this point. And the thing that I don't think he'll go top 5, and it's only because he's like 5'10". But he plays a very good defensive game. But his skill, the playmaking, like this kid is gonna be a stud. Like he's so good. So that's who I would probably take at 5.
Love it.
And again, like you're talking about this kid that was playing in WHL as a 16-year-old, making his line the best line on the ice when his line mates were 2 guys that went the first round last year. Like, so he's a stud, and he did it again this year. Like, I think he had like 6 shorthanded goals too. Like he plays every area of the game. And like another kid where you're not looking at him saying, oh, he's the fastest skater in the world. Like it's realistically, like if you want to find a knock for Zach Benson, there's 2 things. It's the fact that he's not 6 feet tall and that he's not a very good skater. But the way he, again, like you have to have that like super high hockey IQ, or you have to think the game faster than anyone else to like mitigate that like lack of foot speed and just like bad skating. And he does that tenfold. Like this kid's a fucking stud. So he's for me, I have him 5th, and then I have Will Smith, which I don't think is a shared, I don't think that's shared among the league.
No, fair. So that's the one we're going to look at in like 5 years and be like, yeah, those idiots are fucking wrong. But let's talk about it then. I imagine then as we move on to 6th overall, Arizona Coyotes, which again, just a heads up in case it matters at all. I'm sure it doesn't. They have Ottawa's pick at 12, but at 6, what are we doing? Or if you are the GM?
Yeah, I think this is where I take Will Smith. Despite the name, man, Will Smith, like he's like the skill, the plays that he makes, and again, like just look at the production; it's out of this world. But he's so much fun, man. Like he's a kid that's realistically, I mean, he is all offense, right? But especially if you're Arizona, you're sitting there saying, well, we got Connor Geeky last year. He plays a real good 2-way game. We've got plenty of other guys that can play at the center or the wing. So whether he's a center, whether he's a wing at the NHL level, like the ceiling is so crazy high for him. And like again, with smart scouting,
hard R,
a really funny, easy with that. A really funny, like or a really interesting comp when he's doing like making the plays that he makes. It's like a shorter version of like Tage Thompson. Like some of the plays he's making, like holy shit, where it's like this kid only scores like Sports Center top 10 plays goals. Like he's unbelievable, man. And it'll be interesting to see what he looks like in a couple of years when he is away from the line that he's been on for the last 2 years. Like the international tournaments, they're still the same line. They're all going to the same college, BC. But you want to talk about crazy high ceiling, like Will Smith is right there. Like he is a stud. So if I'm Arizona, I'm very happy, especially knowing I also have number 12.
Locked
I'm
and loaded.
more than happy to take Will Smith.
Love it. All right. This is the last one that can cause me any mental anguish, but talk to me. 7th overall, Philadelphia Flyers. Who are they taking? Or who should they take?
This is where it really gets interesting. I wouldn't be shocked to see them go for a Dvorsky, but that's higher than I think I would go.
What would you do? Besides break your neck.
Well, I don't know. That's usually my move. Man, Philly, like last year they take Cutter Gauthier there. So there's probably not a defenseman I don't think I would probably take there. Man, that's fucking tough. Like, I am very nervous about a guy like Andrew Cristall, and I think a lot of NHL teams are too. But, man, if you want to take a big home run swing on a defenseman, if you're Philly, you might try Reinbacher there, man. The big right shot, big crazy high ceiling. I don't know, because like 7's where it starts getting interesting for me.
Right. I want you to, like, you're the GM. Tell me what you would do. You can't go up to the podium and be like, I think I'm taking Reinbacher.
I know. That'd be very funny though.
It'd be hilarious.
Imagine they said that into the mic. If Chuck Fletcher wasn't
on the piece for 5 seconds here, hang on.
If Chuck Fletcher didn't get gassed, that's probably what he would say though. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm pretty sure this is who we're taking.
I think we're gonna go with Reinbacher.
Reinbacher? Question mark.
Guys.
So I mean, is that the move for you, or are you still evaluating?
I'd still like it again. This is where it really gets fucking hard because, like,
I'm not letting you off the hook.
I know. I'm not asking me to. Man, like, I would love to say Crystal because, like, his ceiling is crazy, but there's also a world where that kid doesn't even fucking sniff top 6. It's because Crystal's like this boomer bust guy where, like, the flaws are insane. Like, fucking out of control. You know where I'll go with this one, I think? I think I might take a run at, especially if I'm Philly, a guy like Ryan Leonard.
Okay.
And I think if I was running a team, I would probably maybe even like someone like Oliver more than Ryan Leonard. But, like,
don't
in
you
totality,
send a goal for there. Don't you do it?
I know. I can't do it to you. I just can't do it to you. But Ryan Leonard is a guy, like, in this draft especially, you want to take a premier power forward who scores, can defend, like, gives you a little bit of everything in all 3 zones, but as a fucking bulldog. I just kind of imagine him, and again, because Cutter Gauthier is going back to BC, man. So, like, he will also, they'll be there together, and those two could go to Philly together. Like,
who was the guy that went to like 9 or 10 for Ottawa that everyone just shit their pants over?
How long ago? Because, like, every pick. Boucher is good. Tyler Boucher.
Boucher, yes. Like, is this the earliest that we could see the Tyler Boucher type pick?
Well, I mean, like, Leonard, not the same thing. Leonard, a lot of people have.
No, I'm more saying, like, because this is where it gets dicey, and because it's fucking Philly, is this where you could see, like, a totally off the board pick fly, or is it just too early with how deep this draft is?
I think it's too early for that because, like, realistically, anyone projected in the top 20, I could see going here, especially here at 7. Like, who knows? Maybe Michkov is still there. Like, you know what I mean?
Right. But we're going off of your picks. So, all right, we got Ryan Leonard kind of locked in. Outside,
I think they would love, like, the idea of him and Cutter Gauthier being aligned together, like, at the NHL level. I think Philly would fall in fucking love with that.
Dude, I just got to
throw. And he's a stud. He's a fucking stud, man.
Yeah, fair. end of the first period here, like 40 seconds left. Vegas is up 2-1 on Edmonton after both teams scoring in the first 5 minutes, and Vegas's goalie going out with a non-contact injury. And they're still up 2-rip right now, just about to end the first period. Just classic Edmonton shit. All right, pick number 8. We've got the Washington Capitals. What are you doing if you are trying to bolster the group that's going to get Ovechkin to pass Gretzky's record?
Man, like no one that you're taking. Well, I mean, Ovechkin's never. I think he could play. If you told me that Ovechkin was playing at 54 years old, I'd be like, yeah, no shit.
Hang on. How many minutes does he have to play?
As many as he wants to. The guy doesn't fucking break.
I'm telling you, I think that he can sign a legacy contract where he just re-signs year after year if he opts in, and he only plays on the power play, like true power play specialist like Kalen Addison. It would be brilliant. I'd love it.
It would be so good.
Can you imagine, though? Like, people would be so much more excited about power plays. Like, here he comes, like, fresh off crushing a Dr. Pepper. Here we go.
Dude, like, he's such a fucking maniac.
He is. He is. All right, so who are they taking here? Give it to me. Who are you taking here for them?
Man, like, I'm like deciding, just like looking at their prospect pool too. And again, like that's a mistake when you're this is a draft where you probably are going full on. Like,
that's a good question though. Because of how deep the draft is, does that make you more or less inclined to swing for positional need? Like, is it like, yes, you're passing on a great player, but you're also getting like an incredible player wherever you're reaching for? Or does that mean, no, you just take the best player and shut the fuck up?
It's a fucking great question.
All right. Well, all right. So who are you taking as the GM of Washington, wanting Washington to succeed?
Oh, this is so hard. Oh, man. I'm trying to decide if I want to go.
Let's hear the options. Lay it out.
Well, I mean, it's literally like, because I could justifiably see them. And again, I'm not saying like, oh, this is not what I would do. I could see them justifiably like, divorce could be a great ad at this point right here, because this is a kid who knows if he's a center or wing, but he's an NHLer and probably won't take him that long to adjust to the NHL. We could potentially get him here when Ovi's still doing his thing. But there's risk there with, man, if I take this fucking kid high, he doesn't pan out. If this year is like more of an indicator of who he is versus the last couple, then like, yeesh, that's going to hurt. Or like you look at that prospect pool, man, like on the back end, dude, like they could use a guy. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going, I'll go defenseman. I'm going to take the Russian kid, Simashev. This kid is a fucking stud. I don't know if I'd actually do that, but like,
is that all the more you have for him? He's just a fucking stud.
So this is a kid, you look at his counting numbers offensively and you're like, lacking. But he's got size. He skates unbelievably well. He defends well. He's physical. Like he does everything. And he's from Russia. He plays for Loco.
That certainly helps when Ovi is the only Russian left.
I know. Well, no, they've got a couple guys. Isn't Alexei what's his face? Or did they already trade him? They might have.
You're not talking Alex Semin, I hope.
No. Yeah, he's on the team, isn't he? He's still tucking 30 every year.
I remember back in 2009, he fucking torched.
Yeah. Fuck it. He's a stud, man.
Pretty sure Kuznetsov's not back.
Kuznetsov hasn't been traded yet.
They traded their boy to you. I
don't
know.
No, they took Marashchenko. Marashchenko got out of the KHL contract too.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
So he's coming. So yeah.
That's still really low
there you
for
go.
Like infiltrating the American government in DC. They need more.
Yeah, they got Alexiev. Alexiev is still there.
Right, Simashev.
Yeah, I think actually, and again, Simashev, I think he does everything. Like, and the counting stats aren't necessarily there, but like you look at the foundation of tools he has, and again, like this is a kid, he's like 6'2" and skates. Like not only whether it's like speed, or just like beating guys to pucks. Like I have watched him. Like there was one time I was watching a game, and he again like he's retrieving, right? So they dump the puck in. He's going to retrieve the puck. He broke a forechecker's ankles and sent him like face first into the boards. But I was like, oh my God, he didn't even touch him. And he fucking may have killed this guy just by being that deceptive. Like he does everything. He does everything. Like I don't see a world where this kid doesn't pan out as like an impact top 4 defenseman because he's got the size. He defends at an elite level. And like, it's funny because you talk to any like public scout and like, there's no reason the offense shouldn't be here because he does everything you're supposed to do. Like anything you look for as a scout and like a defenseman that has offensive upside, he does. And again, you want to talk about tools, insane. Like this kid is no shit. Like, I think he ends up probably being the second defenseman off the board anyways. I do think the NHL guys are just going to look at David Reinbacher and be like, look at that's Moritz Seider. That's who he is. Which is he? I don't know. He is legit and he might be the best defenseman in this draft. But I think if you're Washington, you'd be happy to add to that prospect pool with this kind of a defenseman because again, he does legitimately everything at an elite level. He is unbelievable.
Okay, I'm in. Then we've got Stevie Y, who is the fuck everyone else. I'm picking who I want to pick. Don't care what the hell else everyone thinks. Like we saw it obviously with Moritz Seider. Like, hey, like what'd you think about reaching for him? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. That's where he was on our board. So Z, this is your chance to just totally go with what you feel because he would do the same. Who are you picking for Detroit?
I kind of love Oliver Moore going to Detroit. So whether it's center, whether it's wing, whatever, this kid, like the skating is insane. Like he's kind of parts of his game, honestly, like really do remind me of like a Dylan Larkin where he's dynamic offensively. And again, probably a top 5 skater in terms of foot speed, 4-way mobility, whatever, like anything that you want to talk about skating, like he's got it. He might be the best skater in the draft, honestly. But I kind of love the idea of Oliver Moore going there and playing with Dylan Larkin. And this is a guy who, like, at certain points in this season, he was going ahead of Will Smith or Ryan Leonard or Gabe Perreault or whoever from that U.S. team. They would have told you Oliver Moore. I do think, like, he can be, again, whether it's center, whether it's wing, doesn't really matter. I think he's got crazy skill. The offensive upside's real good. He plays a good 2-way game when he wants to. And he's just an elite level skater. So I kind of, knowing that they also have a mid first round pick in their like pocket too.
They got the 18. I forgot to mention that. I was going to throw that at the end, but yes.
So this is where, like, with Detroit, I would like kind of love the idea of Oliver Moore ending up there.
Dude, you know they're going to get Sandin Pellikka at fucking 18 as well, just because that's how it fucking works for them.
It's either him. Well, yeah. It's either him. We've said this before. Well, I've said it before. I would not be shocked whatsoever if that's where, like, Tom Willander ends up.
Sure.
He's skyrocketed up everyone's rankings, rightfully so. This kid, I fucking love this guy. And that way they will have eventually, assuming Wallinder continues to pan out, if they have a second pair of Wallinder and Willander, I'll be the happiest person in America. I love it. And they're both fucking nasty, and they both are Rogala. Like, it's amazing.
That's brilliant. Okay, that has to happen at 18 then.
But
right.
If they don't go Oliver Moore, that's where I would be like, they're looking for that, like, right shot defenseman. And if they don't want to take Willander at whatever, this is where Reinbacher, because again, everyone's like, that's Seider 2.0.
Sure. Okay.
So if you have 2 of him, I don't
Two of
necessarily think
Seider would
he's
be nice.
Seider, but
that'd be nice.
he'd be a poor man's Seider.
Okay. And this is the first one where I kind of like, we don't need to really get into it, but I want to entertain the possibility of trade and not trading back, but we've got the St. Louis Blues at 10. They also have Dallas's and Toronto's picks that are projected at 29 and 30. Like, do you see any kind of package to move up, or are they just thrilled to have 3 first-round picks in this draft?
I don't know. I could see them being thrilled to be right here. Yeah, that's a tough one. No, I think they, in this draft, dude, like,
You take 3 firsts and say thank you.
if anything, yeah, I could see, like, if they want, again, because, like, realistically, they shouldn't be a lottery team next season. If they wanted to trade back, wouldn't be, like, the most shocking thing in the world, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Like,
so instead, you see them using one or multiple of these picks to add a current roster player.
if they want, yeah. I mean, well, I don't see them doing that, but like, because again, the player that they could get here is
maybe that's saved for the 29, 30. All right, we can move past it then. You, Z, no trades made. St. Louis is picking at 10. Who are you picking for them?
I mean, I can't see him falling beyond this, and I'm just like off the top of my head thinking about their pool. I bet you they would love to add like David Reinbacher. So I'll take the right shot defenseman right here. So he's already playing in a pro league that's legit. He might be the best defenseman in this draft. A lot of people do think he is. I think he makes sense here, dude. Like, because eventually they're going to have to start fucking getting good at some of these guys. And I think he gives you a lot of what people want Parayko to give you, minus the shot. The shot's good. It's not Parayko level. Like, the Parayko thing is insane. But defends incredibly well. He's a very good skater. He's big. Again, like, anytime you can add a premier right shot defenseman to your pool, absolutely you do it. And he's probably some version of a poor man's Mort Seider. And with how physical he is, I think he would be adored and loved in St. Louis. So I think this might be where I start being like, yeah, Reinbacher, let's go here with Reinbacher. Okay. He's legit, man. This kid's a stud.
I mean, especially when they're going to be in a good spot to pick up 2 quality forwards at the end of the first.
You can take a big swing on what might be the best defenseman in many drafts over the next few years. So I think that would be like, I think they would love that.
Oh, so now we're talking to Isha, staring into his soul. Who do his Vancouver Canucks get at the 11th pick?
I kind of wonder if they look at, I mean, Hansik's already there in Vancouver playing WHL. He's a stud too. I think he's awesome. He might pan out as a center. I don't know if that's necessarily who I'd go. Man, I think you might want that fucking. I think this would be a good spot. If I'm not, this is where I'd probably be okay taking Dvorsky. Did I already say Dvorsky?
If you're who?
Vancouver.
Oh, I thought you said Anaheim. Sorry. Dvorsky has not been said. I've been worried this whole time you'd say Rick, but I figured that was the move here.
I think right here, this might be, because you know what, too? Like, they also swung that trade and got Aatu Räty. So now you've got Pettersson right there, your first line center. You've got Aatu Räty, who I think has, since he's been drafted, his stock has not taken a hit. Again, a guy that was challenging the year before his draft for first overall. last year and fell into the second round with the Islanders. They traded for Bo Horvat. So I think you look at a 1-2-3 punch of Pettersson, some combination of Dvorsky and Ratu. I think maybe you're like really reaching, hoping that one of Ratu and Dvorsky will be a second line center, because I think at this point, previously we would have said, yeah, Dvorsky absolutely could be. And I still think he could be, but like that felt likely at this point. This year just has not gone well for him. But I think whether it's Ratu or Dvorsky is a 2 or 3C plus other guys that they have down there in that pool anyways, like I think that would be a real good piece to add for them. I like Dvorsky, man. Like he's just kind of turned himself this year. It's like you kind of you might worry that he's like going to end up being a grinder, which I don't know. I think he's a safe NHL player. You're just like hoping the impact hits. So I think if he ends up panning out as a center, a 1-2-3 punch of fucking Pettersson, Dvorsky, and then Ratu, I think that's a real nice idea for years to come.
Fair. Now we have the Ottawa draft pick traded in a shockingly low package compared to expectations for Jacob Chychrun to the Arizona Coyotes. I got to throw out the first trade proposal here. Tell our boy Nicholas Schuster if this is batshit crazy or brilliant. Minnesota's 20-something pick and Addison for Arizona's 12th pick.
No, I think they're happy taking the 12th pick. They're not in a rush. They're happy to fucking take whoever this is. This is where I look at.
Well, so appease Nick quick.
It's not crazy.
No, not that. I'm just saying if you couple Addison with Minnesota's pick, going to be 21 or 22, what do you see being the highest they could trade up if that was it? If you're just trading Addison in the first, how far can you move up the draft?
I don't think there's a world where you get higher than this. Off the top of my head.
So the Wild are stuck where they're at.
I'm trying to think, like, unless you're St. Louis and you want, and like Addison's that appeasing.
Oh, sorry, I'm not comparing it to Arizona. I'm saying, like, is it short of Arizona? Like, can they move up to 18? Can they move up to 13? Like, what's realistic in your mind?
I mean, I think Buffalo would be interested, but they don't really. I don't know if they necessarily need any defensemen. I mean, like, at that point, I think there are plenty of teams who'd be like, okay, if you want to like give up this prospect and we still get to pick 20. I mean, Detroit has how many first round picks? Any team that has multiple first round picks already probably would be like, yeah, we'll move back a couple slots, I guess. And this is just me thinking off the top of my head right now, but
sure. I had to throw it out there because everyone's under the assumption that
Montreal was a 17. They get Florida's pick.
Yep, Florida's pick at 17. Like, is it worth it to you to move up 5 picks for coupling Addison in a deal?
I don't know. I think you're not getting a guy that's really gonna bolster that pool for several years. And I think you can get someone at 22 that'll probably have at least a similar, slightly lesser like effect on you. So,
yeah. Well, let's go like shit crazy then.
I think Addison like that thing would probably be more realistic and like potentially even like advantageous to group a few picks.
Does Rossi, Addison, and that draft pick get you top 6 or 7 in the draft in your mind?
It's weird. I think both teams are like, fuck.
I don't know what to do.
They're like, why do they want to do this? And then you're all sitting there like, why do I want to do this? Hey man, we don't want to do this, do we?
Both teams
I
like
think both teams are probably like,
and then both teams like, wait, hang on, you want to back out? No, I still want to do this.
I think you're nuts if you do that if you're Minnesota.
Hey, I'm totally with you, but I love both those players to death, so I'm biased and I can't weigh in. All right, back on track then. Arizona sticks with the pick at 12. They've already taken on Will Smith, name maybe being changed at some point because it's confusing as hell, but stud centerman, who do we got at 12?
This is where I like this like group like 8 to like 14 is where I stopped really. Man, oh God.
This is your opinion, not what people.
No, I know. I'm looking. I'm not thinking about.
Give me a couple. Like who are you thinking about?
Axel Sandin Pellikka, man, like electric back end guy. Like, and I'm just thinking about the defenseman they have in the pool now. They got Langlois from Cape Breton and Quebec, who I think there's an uphill climb for him to be a top 4 defenseman. Duda, if he ends up coming over the NHL, I think he's a stud, but let's see. Victor Soderstrom, I think, could be a fucking animal. I love that guy. I think this might be where I take the swing at Sandin Pellikka. No, I've already got, you said I took Will Smith with their first pick, right?
Yep.
I think you could take a big time home run swing on Sandin Pellikka here. And I mean, you want to like talk about electrifying. And again, I think he took some big steps defensively this year too. Like, yes, he's undersized, but you've also got a couple guys there already who kind of fit the mold of like, hey, we've got this part covered. We kind of need this guy. Like they traded Gostisbehere, right? Where like Sandin Pellikka could be a far more electric right shot version because you've already got Soderstrom there too. And like,
has he won a natty?
And you're not worried about, yeah, good point. Great question.
I can laugh about that one now that the more recent
it doesn't hurt as bad.
tragedy has happened.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think I might take the swing at Sandin Pellikka here, dude. Like he's so fun. He's so fun.
Dude, yeah, I'm just disappointed because you've taken my 2 draft crushes at 11 and 12, 2 picks away now from Pittsburgh. So fuck, whatever. It's a good pick. I respect it. Moving on now, we got Kevin Adams taking at the 13th pick for the Buffalo Sabres. Who we got?
There's a couple of guys I'm going back and forth on. This is, you want to talk about like the rich get richer. I mean, this pool is loaded, like all over. So I kind of wonder if this is where I would start thinking about a guy like Gabe Perreault, where he doesn't need to drive the line, but he can make plays. His shot is already like high-end NHL level, or even higher ceiling. Do I want to take a guy like Edward Shala for the Czechia? Dude, this kid, when he gives a shit, is fucking one of the best players this age. So those two, and then I start thinking about a guy like Colby Barlow as well, who also just produces. I don't think he ends up being a center at the NHL level. So, man, that's tough. I might go pure upside and go Shala, Edward Shala.
All right.
But I am fucking holding my breath for that one. Fortunately, you have a prospect pool that's already fully loaded.
Already stacked for sure. I mean, anything more, though, you want to say about why you pick him?
The skill is insane, man. And, like, I think if he's in a situation where he doesn't necessarily need to be the guy that's driving a line every night, like, and I think in this situation, he's going to be coming up with a lot of guys right around his age. Like, I think, like, that age group, like, right now, 18 to 25, 26, like, there's so much fucking talent there. They've already got Thompson. They've got Cousins. They've got what's that fucking Russian kid they took a couple years ago? God damn it. Oh no, they took Savoy last year, didn't they? Oh my God. I forgot about him too. So I think like the fact that there's already a million skilled guys there where he doesn't necessarily need to be someone that's driving a line. Like he's so nasty when he wants to be. Like it is electric. So I think for them, they can afford to take a home run swing on upside. And if Chalet hits, he's going to be a fucking stud. Like top 6, no question about it. But if he misses, like low floor, like he could get himself in trouble. Right. But again, you're looking at Buffalo, you're saying like whatever, like, all right, this isn't necessarily a draft you want to miss in, obviously. But like
when you got that pool, you can afford it.
Man, the only thing that makes me nervous about that pick is if he can afford to be a passenger, he will be a passenger. And like that's a lineup full of guys where it's like, hey man, do you want to be good or not? Like do you want to be here? But that's a pure upside bet. And I think for them, I'd be like, fuck it. Like if he hits, man, like this kid is fucking unbelievable. I encourage people to just go look at his highlight mix, that mixtape from the fucking Hlinka Gretzky last summer. It was a joke. Like he was lighting everybody up. He's nasty. He's unbelievable.
All right. Fair. Now, Z, give it to me. Make me happy. Who do the Pittsburgh Penguins select at 14?
I want to make you happy so bad, you know? Joey, that's all I want here. And the thing with this pick is like, again, I was saying this before. I was like kind of going team by team, like, all right, like where are they like lacking / what position?
Pittsburgh's not everywhere, so that's not even.
That's what I mean. I was like, oh, everywhere.
The only noteworthy prospect for them is Owen Pickering, so I guess not defense.
And he's legit, man. He's good.
He's sick.
I bet you fucking. Well, actually, no, it doesn't matter. I was about to say like I was about to bring up like Brian Berg. I was like, oh nope, that doesn't really matter.
Who's Dubas taking, and why?
Yeah, man, I kind of wonder in this spot, like, I'm going back and forth between someone like safe, decently high floor, and like Callum Ritchie. I'm looking at like big dudes with like legit ceilings. So like him.
I was going to say, go high upside and give me a guy that can play in 1 or 2 years. Possibly.
Callum Ritchie would be a decent option there. I also think that like Samuel Honzik, big boy, plays center, plays wing for Vancouver, stud. Man.
So pick one and talk me into it. Get me excited. Sell me the magic beans.
Actually, you know what? I don't think I'd. Colby Barlow. Decently sized, plays a decent two-way game. I think he probably ends up being a center at the NHL level, but I think he's just such like an NHL player. Like every time you watch, you're like NHL. And he almost scored. He was second or third in the OHL this season, I think, in goals. I think a lot of them just like weren't like, I don't know how much goal scoring will really translate, but that shot is crazy. And again, you want to talk about a guy that like, I think if he hits, that's a player that NHL fan bases fall in love with, where like every single shift, he is fucking giving her. Like, I mean, it's like it's his last. So I think Colby Barlow there could be an interesting one. Again, like, I think they want a guy that's going to be play big, be physical, good upside, obviously, because they just need the upside. So, like, a guy like Colby Barlow, again, I still have questions about just how much of the offense that popped this year will translate at the NHL level, but I think he's such a safe NHL player, and I think the upside's legit enough that I still would get somewhat nervous, but like, again, like you're looking at the shot right now, it's NHL level stuff. Like there's a lot of parts of his game where you're sitting like, yep, this kid's fucking unreal, like nasty. So I think you would be very happy to take a guy like Colby Barlow, even if it's somewhat a little bit risky.
All right. I'm in. I'm on board. I could have been more excited, but I'm definitely on with what you said. Now we've got new GM stepping away from the bench, Barry Trotz. You're Barry now. Who are you taking at 15 for the Nashville Predators?
I feel like I've let Chris Dahl fall so far. Oh, you know who they're going to fucking... You know what? Actually, this would be a probably pretty good pick right in this range. Quentin Musty of the OHL, Sudbury Wolves. This dude is so fun. I think he's like 6'4", big boy. Very, like, raw in terms of... He really needs to, like, mature a little bit. Just, like, some of the shit he does on the ice. It's like... You fucking idiot. But like,
I mean, people told Kachuk he needed to mature at one point. So
no, this kid, like, yeah, but like a lot of what Kachuk has always been doing, like it's different. Like some of the stuff Musty does, it's like, are you fucking nuts? I think he got suspended twice this year for slew footing. But like the offensive upside with this kid is outrageous. And he at one point, like, you know, coming into like last summer, he was a guy that people looking like, all right, top 10 pick for sure. He had a rough start to the year, really undisciplined, like getting himself in trouble all the time, like living in that coach's doghouse. And then he kind of started turning on when like a 16-game point streak, broke his fucking hand in a fight to the point where it was like, uh-oh, like, let's see what this is going to look like when he came back. And he came back from a broken hand and was better. Like he's crazy. Like he is unbelievable. Again, you're taking the winger. So it's like, they've kind of taken their swings on like a guy last year, like Joachim Kemmel, where also a sniper, 5'9", 5'10". Now you're taking like a guy like Musty at 6'3", 6'4", big boy, plays tough, like plays Nashville Predator hockey, like kind of unhinged. And again, like the ceiling is crazy with him. So I love Quentin Musty, and I think this would be a pretty good pick right around there for sure.
Okay. And I mean, quasi unrelated, but you talk about breaking the hand. You're either going to think this guy's a beauty or think that he's a lunatic. I don't care. One of my college roommates, we have what we called senior week, where after finals are done, you have like 5 days
senior
of
week.
just fucking crushing everything that you see in front of you. And he ends up punching a metal door for reasons we don't need to get into. And goes up to shake the president's hand at our actual graduation. He's wearing a fucking American flag bow tie and goes up, and the president sticks his hand out for a handshake, and he just throws up his cast and offers knucks. Yeah. And the president knocked him back, and he was pretty proud of himself.
This guy's a beauty.
Okay, beauty. All right. Tyler passes. All right. Last lottery pick here. 16. The Calgary Flames, who are GM-less, who are coachless, who are just all sorts of discombobulated. Who are you picking to get fans excited?
So back when I was doing like a realistic draft in my head, and this is where I was putting guys like Sandin Pellikka and Ryan Backer and Simashev. Actually, my first two were Simashev and Sandin Pellikka, which they're obviously not here. I'm going back and forth. If I want to take a full on high risk, high reward, very fun, but like I have my serious doubts. Pick in a guy like Mikhail Gulyayev, who is a left shot defenseman. He's undersized, legitimately all offense. Like may as well not step foot in his own end. But he's like a miniature Denton Mateychuk, like he would be like a far less responsible Denton Mateychuk type pick. And you look at that prospect pool, and I think, you know, the prospects on the back end that they do have, he would actually kind of bolster. Like he's giving you the area you really don't necessarily have at that level. Because I mean, when he plays, it's a video game, and like he's unbelievable. But he's such a fucking liability. And I just can't really see a whole lot of coaches being okay with him doing what he does.
Well, there's no coach, like, so all the better.
Perfect. That, or if I'm them, like, I'm just thinking in my head, like, 2 big home run swings that are like super high risk. It's like him or Chris Dahl, where it's like the forward version of where it's like what he plays that he's on. It's a video game, but another guy, all offense, very, very so inconsistent decision making, like crazy. But the shot's legit playmaker when he wants to be, both undersized, but like they're both so fun. So I kind of feel like giving the Flames like a home run pick in that respect, where, hey, Daryl's gone. He's not going to fucking bury him like he did this year with what's his face, Peltier.
God.
Zari, maybe he can now play soon. So I'm going back and forth between, do I want the defenseman or do I want the forward? At this point, I kind of feel like Cristall's upside is crazy high. So I think I'll go Andrew Cristall, however you want to say it. Left wing, Kelowna Rockets. At one point was putting up like 2.2 points per game in WHL this season as a fucking draft eligible, right behind Bedard. Got hurt, came back, just kept lighting it up, put up crazy points. Like, his mixtape is a fucking like NHL on easy mode mixtape. Like, he is so fun, but like, I just don't know how much of it's going to work out. But like, he's just on another planet in terms of skill. The shot's legit. Like, he's so fun. So I kind of feel like if I'm Calgary, I kind of feel like just taking a home run swing, because you've also got Coronado coming too. You've got guys that on the back end that fit that defensive role. And I mean, you still have young defensemen there that are real good. So fuck it. Let's go Crystal. Or take it like literally like Sutter's worst nightmare.
Yes.
So I think that makes it funnier, actually.
Perfect. It'd be funnier if he was there. Almost like if the Packers had taken a wide receiver in the first round right after getting rid of Rodgers. That would have been brilliant. Vegas goes up 3-1 halfway through the second. Z, we're both running on fumes. Totally up to you, man. I'm good to keep going if you want to. If you want to call it quits, no problem at all. But we can either go up through the supposed Minnesota Wild pick, or we can call it good for the night. What are we doing?
Well, I just got to take a piss first. Someone said hello from North Korea. I'll tell you what, I don't know if I believe them.
It would be quite the time to be tuning in.
That would be fucking unbelievable.
Like, what fucking time would that be? Hey, up to you. I can...
We're on vacation? Like, let's go to North Korea.
Up to you. I can rag the puck while you piss if you want. Or
perfect. Rag the puck. I'll do it. Let's do it.
All right. He's going. So just to recap for everyone, up through this point, the SpokedZ mock draft, quote unquote, which these are not predictions. These are who he would pick for each team. Chicago Blackhawks, Connor Bedard, first overall. The Anaheim Ducks, taking Adam Fantilli, second overall. The Columbus Blue Jackets, unfortunately getting bumped back in the draft as well to the 3 spot, taking Leo Carlson, which is quite the consolation prize. Fourth overall for the San Jose Sharks is Matvei Michkov. And that's obviously a controversial one because we don't know how far he could slide, but that talent is undeniable, as Z explained. If you didn't get a chance to catch it, if you're here at the tail end, go back once this is all recorded and back on YouTube. Very worth listening to why he says that Michkov would have challenged Bedard if he wasn't from Russia and signed for the next 3 years. Fifth, to Montreal Canadiens, Zach Benson. Sixth overall to the Arizona Coyotes, joining our boy Logan Cooley of the Minnesota Golden Gophers, will be Will Smith, another standout for the U.S. NTDP program. I always butcher that, whatever. Philadelphia Flyers going with another BC boy to play with Cutter Gauthier. That's right, Ryan Leonard. Washington Capitals going with a defenseman, Dmitry Simashev. Detroit Red Wings taking gopher commit Oliver Moore. At 10, we have the St. Louis Blues going with David Reinbacher, who Z has tabbed as potentially being the best defenseman of any draft in recent years. That's the upside there. Vancouver at 11, taking our boy Rick Dvorsky. That's right, Dalibor Dvorsky. We call him Rick. If you don't pay attention to Judd's Buds, that's on you. At number 12, Arizona Coyotes on the board again after the Ottawa Senators trade, going with Axel Sandin Pelika. Don't know how it's pronounced, but absolute stud. And unfortunately, again, Vancouver and Arizona taking the two boys that I wanted to see go to Pittsburgh here in this draft. Buffalo Sabres, Edward Saleh, we don't know. Chalet, great. Pittsburgh Penguins at 14. We got Colby Barlow. Then at 15, the Nashville Predators going with Quentin Musty. What a fucking name, by the way. That's a hockey name. That jersey is flying off the shelf in Nashville. And then at 16, the last team of draft lottery eligible teams, Calgary Flames taking Andrew Crystal, one of the two. But in contention there was Guyayev. Now we're moving on. Now that Z's come back, we got fresh lipper in, probably a new beer ready. We're going with number 17 while I go and piss. That's right, Z. Florida traded their pick to your favorite Montreal Canadiens. Why don't you tell us, talk through some of the thought process, but who are you personally taking for the Montreal Canadiens here at 17 overall?
All right. So I'm going to have to rag the puck for a while here because I got to remember, first of all, who I've already picked. But you know what? This is a pick where, there's certain teams that in these drafts are playing with house money. And I've already got them drafted. So this is their second pick in that first round. They nailed the draft last year. They're really loaded in essentially, it feels like every position in their prospect pool. So this is where I kind of start flirting with the idea of really taking a home run swing specifically on that back end. And I kind of wonder if this is where you start thinking about a kid like Guyayev. So again, I was quite literally just talking about him, but he could not be more boomer bust, all offense defenseman, like a whole lot of fun, but incredibly risky. And realistically, they should tell him to not even bother coming into his own zone. And the idea of them drafting him after having Lane Hudson is very funny to me. So I'm flirting with that idea. But I
don't know what you're talking about now, but that's brilliant.
Can you imagine if they have, again, so I just described to you Guyayev. Imagine him and Lane Hudson on the same team. You don't even need any forwards on the ice. It's like, that's really funny in my head.
Dude, imagine them paired up with just a stalwart, defensive forward group. Think if Phil Deneau's still there and he's on the ice with those two.
Well, it doesn't matter, man.
Just a situation.
They're already there, dude. They got Owen Beck in the fucking second round last year. That's a joke. And you want to talk about a well-rounded fucking center, whether he's got fucking 2C potential, but another kid that is a dream of a fucking third line center he's a guy that you're sitting there hit the hallmark of his game is the fact that he's a two-way center. He's a 200-foot player, but he also can chip in on a third line 40 to 50 points for you. Owen Beck's a stud. in that way. And again, like just the last couple of years, they've loaded the fuck up with their prospect pool. And again, I think it's insane to me that they got Slavkovsky, Messar, who was the fucking kid they took, or did they trade back? God damn it. Who are their 3 first rounders last year?
I know they took,
nuts. Oh, because they added Kirby Dach.
They traded for Dach, and then they got Slavkovsky and his countryman.
Messar.
Yeah.
Man, like, they're loaded everywhere. So I kind of want, but in that way, you know what? This might be where I go for Gabe Perreault, where crazy NHL level shot. He's on that line with Will Smith and Ryan Leonard at the USN TDP. And he's putting up record type numbers as well on that line. And he just, again, plays super hard. Not the same level of power forward as a guy like Leonard, but kind of the same mold. But I think he actually has more playmaking ability. Mm-hmm. The skating isn't necessarily good, and it's really not correctable, but he's also a guy that, especially when he's playing with really good players, it doesn't fucking matter. So I think this is where I go for Gabe Perreault, actually, even though the idea of Lane Hudson and Mikhail Gulyayev on the same team at the same, like, imagine icing both of them. It's 2 like top 6 forwards. It's 2 top 6 forwards. Like, they instantly become, like, in this loaded prospect pool, those are 2 top like 12 fucking all skill guys. But I think Gabe Perreault here would be a welcome addition to this prospect pool. That's insane. Like, imagine you've got a line with this guy who, again, he's put up like 100 points in like fucking 50 something games. He's got the crazy shot. He can play McV into. He's playing with like Kirby Dach and fucking the kid I was just talking about, Owen Beck. Like, I mean, so I think Gabe Perreault here, and this is a pretty good spot too, like timing wise. And again, they've already taken, who did I give them with the 6th pick?
Well, with the 5th pick, you gave them Zach Benson, but let's.
I forgot. That's who it was.
I got a question for you though. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Boston hockey, period. This isn't the Boston Bruins, right? This is BC, BU, local Boston hockey, whatever. Do you love Boston hockey more, or do you hate the Montreal Canadiens more?
I hate Montreal with a passion that burns, but like, there's like Boston hockey. Like, I'm not a ride or die BC, Northeastern, or BC guy. BU, BC, or Northeastern. Sorry, okay. I said BC, or BC.
BC
I'm not,
twice, yes.
Not gonna.
So the reason I asked that, what if we had Lane Hudson going to Montreal at 5?
BU.
Or BU, sorry.
I know, but he's a B. So Lane Hudson, BU guy. Then you've got fucking.
Sorry, did I say BC? I meant BU. You got me all fucking twisted up now.
No, I'm just thinking about this in my head.
Going to Montreal, but then also if Montreal goes Will Smith at 5, and then at 17 goes with Gabe Perreault, like, would that break you a little bit personally to have that many Boston guys going to Montreal, or is that irrelevant to you?
That's irrelevant to me.
Okay.
Like, the fact that they're all going to be here is so fun because I get to go see them before. So, like, again, I said this before too about BC. Cutter Gauthier sounds like he's staying at BC. Now they're getting this literally, like, these guys are going to play together on the same line again. Smith, Leonard, and fucking Perreault. They're going to be on the same line again in college.
That's so cool.
Like, they are going to, and
Minnesota's so close to getting that. So close.
And BU went off this year. A lot of those guys are staying. And I don't know if it's next year. I think it might be next year. BU's also going to be adding the front runner right now for the 2024 first overall pick, Macklin Celebrini. And they might get Tom Willander next year. So, like, dude,
that's right. Tom Willander, I forgot. But dude,
he's going to BU. That's why he only played. I think he like featured in one SHL game this year for Rogla, because at a certain point you become ineligible for college. So I believe, I don't even know if he actually played the game either. Like, I don't know if he's actually played SHL minutes. I'd have to look at it again. But I believe, I know if he ends up going to college, it's BU. So, like, they could get Willander. They'll have Hudson. They'll have fucking Celebrini versus BC, who's going to have Gauthier, Smith, Perreault, Leonard. Like, that rivalry is so back to the point where both are going to be elite fucking teams, and it's going to be sick.
Now, I got to ask then, Owen Power, Adam Fantilli, Macklin Celebrini, which sick fucking name, by the way. Is Hockey Canada on the hot seat? Especially now the WHL is pulling away from Hockey Canada. Like, what the fuck's happening there?
WHL's not. The BCHL is. I think.
Oh, the BCHL. You're right. I apologize. You're
hey,
right.
Brett. There's one kid
Isha tells me the BCHL is the best league in Canada, so I get a little confused sometimes.
It's funny, dude. The BCHL, they have like every draft, they got a couple kids. And this year they do that. He's got a chance to go late first round, and he's probably got the best shot in this draft. And Bradley Nadeau, and he's going to fucking UMaine.
Six jerseys.
Oh yeah, electric, dude. And that
best jerseys,
dude. Sick fucking barn. Like, that rink is fucking unbelievable. I need to see a game there, to be honest. I haven't. You would love UMaine, dude. It is an absolute wasteland of fucking like, it's all fucking, hey, we like to be outside, we like to drink, and we love hockey. Like, fuck,
that's awesome. So a different roommate, not the one who broke his hand and the whole thing, my buddy Joey, he is like diehard Maine fan, and they have, again, the sickest jerseys, everything. Like, that just got added to my bucket list. That's a trip that he and I have to make, because he and I, the origin story of like my whole fucking Twitter account or whatever, we went on a big road trip from Minnesota to Buffalo because he's a Sabres fan and I'm a Pittsburgh fan, and they were playing there. A lot of things happened. It was a lot of fucking fun. But on the way, he just made me the account because it was literally, I need you to stop texting me about hockey and beer. So
hey, that sounds like how I got mine.
Started venting to the world.
I've told you about my Twitter account, how I made it. Same idea.
Z broke his jaw, and you're just like, I got to do something.
No, dude. Like, after I graduated college, I had no use for Twitter anymore, other than just like tweeting about hockey. Like, I just didn't care about Twitter. And like, I was hanging out with my buddy. I visited him in New York. He's like, dude, you need to stop tweeting about hockey. Like, no one cares. And I was like, yeah, that's a good point. How about this? How about we just drink our faces off tonight? And at some point, very late in the evening, after I've had a few, just tell me to make a Twitter account. We'll wake up and we'll see if I did it. And that'll be my new Twitter, just for hockey. And that's how I woke up. I was like, did I do it? And I looked, I was like, okay, I guess I did make a Twitter account called SpokedZ. Apparently, I made the profile picture as a Dano Chara's press conference with a broken jaw in the fucking cup final. And I stopped using the other one. I literally have not used the other one, my real one. So there you go. Same idea.
Origin story, right? Name redacted.
Name redacted. Yeah, no one knows. It's never been fucking broken on the internet. No one's ever seen my face.
Do you remember that, though? My name. Like, there was a stretch where no one had seen your face, and you came on with Isha and I for the first time, and everyone's like, holy shit, that guy is actually real? Like, it was a whole thing.
Well, then you guys gave me this podcast, which what a mistake.
But this was like a year before the podcast that you came on.
No, I know.
The first time.
Well, I know, but then even then, like, for like 6 months, you guys would tweet clips of the podcast or whatever, and people would, for 6 months, be like, "Holy shit, face reveal,
dude!" It was
and just I was like, "Bro, my face has been there."
It's like the people like a year ago.
That's how you know no one really gives a shit. You know,
no, but like a year ago,
on accident,
people were still commenting like, "Holy fuck! Did you guys know the Wild logo was a bear?"
Oh my god!
Like, if people are still figuring that out, it's going to be another 5 years before people are done with the face reveal shit for you. So we'll get there. All right, moving it along. 18th overall, we have another double up pick. That's right. At 9, you have the Detroit Red Wings taking Oliver Moore.
I tell you, done. Next question. Tom Willander.
All right, done and done.
So wait, we could talk about it, though, because I actually think this could be number one. Like, So Willander was a relative
Who did he
unknown
play
coming
with?
into this season. What?
Who would he play with?
He didn't play with him, but
No, I said who would he play with in Detroit?
he would. Yeah, a little guy named Wallinder. So same. They both are Rogula guys. One's Wallinder, one's Willander. So potentially to have a future second pair of Wallinder and Willander is hilarious. But number 2, though, Willander like comes into this year, this draft season, as like a relative unknown. So again, the first tournament that kicks off like the draft year for all these prospects is the Hlinka Gretzky. That's the first tournament after like this draft. So that's the first time that there's a tournament, an international tournament where all these players, this is who you're focusing on for the draft. And I don't even remember if Willander made that fucking team last year. And if he did, he was not good. So like this was a guy that was very much an unknown prospect. And this year, every single game for Rogula in the J20 and the J18 in that junior league has been unbelievable for them. And since then, every international tournament, he's been one of their 3 best defensemen. So we talked about Axel Sandin Pellikka, his mobility, the skating. Willander is just as good skating. Like the mobility, the 4-way mobility, left to right, like east, west, north, south, does not matter. He creates separation with ease. The thing with him that made him that unknown is he's got all the tools in the world, but he's just so conservative that he doesn't make a whole lot of plays it's not going to jump out at you, right? Like he's not like Sandin Pellikka who has the puck in his own zone and just does like one shoulder, one head fake and will break your ankles and will skate the puck out himself. He's either just going to make that first pass or he will beat you because the skating's so good. And while it's not necessarily flashy, it's either just as, if not more effective. But that allows him to make play like mistake-free hockey. And when you're looking at the Detroit Red Wings system, like they're looking for that, like a next level guy on that right side of the fence, because on the left side, they're fine. They've got plenty of guys. They've also the right, they have Sider, but like after that right shot defenseman, like it really tails off for them. So I actually think like number 1, Willander not only solidified himself as like a decent first round pick if you're going to like take a swing on a defenseman there, but I think there's so much upside just with his foundation, the tools, the skating, and like not only that, but he is excellent defensively. So I actually think this is number 1 realistic. I actually think it's pretty likely that they do take a swing at Willander. And I think he's solidified himself as a firm first round pick because he's got the size, he defends well, he's a right shot defenseman, which is a luxury anywhere in the draft. And I don't see a world where he's not a legit impact NHL defenseman. So I actually do think that this is a realistic pick this is about as high as I would go with him, just because again, he has all the tools in the world. He just doesn't really like test them as often as you want him to. But even then, even with that, like he's the top scoring defenseman in that system. He was one of the top scoring defensemen in the J20 without really trying to like test the tools that he's got at his disposal. So I think if you're the Red Wings and you leave that first round, you've got Oliver Moore and Willander, you're laughing. And again, the idea of a future second pair of Wallinder and Willander is hilarious. They're both good defensively. It can be like a pair that has offensive upside, but can be a shutdown pair. Like I think that's a home run.
That's just so fun. That is so much fun. And it's such a Stevie Y move.
I love it. How could you not do that? I actually think, and again, like Stevie Y loves his Swedes, loves the Rogula system. So then, like, let's say Wallinder also pans out as a top 4 defenseman. Their top 4 is Edmondson, Frölunda, Sider, Rogula, Wallinder, Rogula, Willander, Rogula. Like, he fucking loves his Swedish defenseman. They have another one too. So like, fucking, like half their forwards, fucking forwards are from Sweden too. Yeah, I think if they left with more and they got Willander in the first round, you might win the first round. Because again, I think Willander, like I think there's upside, but he's such a fucking safe. Like he is the perfect guy that you admit like he's going to be our number 4.
Can you see him being criticized there too by people like in the media? Can you see it being a Sider-esque like, oh, they reached for Willander? Like, why?
No, because like at the time, well, yes and no. So like at the time, there were a whole lot of people that didn't see a whole lot of Sider that was like, man, you're just passing up on so much upside with other players. And you definitely pass up on upside if you take Willander there. But like, if you're Detroit, you've got plenty of upside in that fucking system. Yeah. And if you take more, you're betting on that upside too. You're betting on Oliver Moore being like a poor man's version of Dylan Larkin, plus all the tools or all the other guys around him. But like, I think Willander like fits a need there. And again, I do think there's legit potential upside. Again, like it's not like something where you're sitting there saying, yeah, no, like he just hasn't tried it. Like he hasn't, like we haven't seen it yet, but it's there, like it's coming. It's still like a question, but to me, he's just like, he's a number 4 defenseman that if you need to be a shutdown guy that can chip in offensively, it's not like a shutdown guy where like he's a liability trying to break that puck out, because I think he actually, my buddy Lassie Ellenin, who does all the tracking data for elite prospects in Europe, I think he has the highest completion rate in terms of like first pass, like pass attempts. Like he connects on like 97% of his passes. Okay. So he just doesn't fuck up. Like it's crazy. Again, it's mistake-free hockey if it's just a little bit conservative. So yeah. I do think that Willander there is a legit possibility, fairly likely, and a really good pick. Like that's, and again, that's as high as I take.
Yeah, that's fair. Real quick, pause. Hunter 18. Love you. Appreciate you tuning in. Are not happy for you. We cannot support Bedard going to Chicago. That is just a travesty, but love you. Hope you keep listening. Before we get to the Wild, because I know it's a few picks away, Z, but have to throw this in from the Juice. He asked before, could the Wild afford to draft another Russian? He mentioned Simashev, who you think is going to go way sooner.
He'll go way before.
Do the Wild have a shot to get Callum Ritchie?
Yeah, no, for sure. And like, he's one guy that like we've talked about other guys in that range too, but Callum Ritchie at this point, for sure, potential to end up in Minnesota. And I could see Judd Brackett loving Callum Ritchie because another guy that's for sure a safe NHLer. And another guy that like last year at the Holinka lit it up. And at that point was like solidifying himself as a top 10 pick. He just happened to be in Oshawa this year, which was a really shitty environment for like a top end center. And I do think that, you know, you look at the size with him and he's got crazy skill. He almost fucking pulled off the Michigan at the Holinka last year. Like it's legit. Like he's sick. So I actually do think he's one guy. We've talked about him before too. Like
a couple times.
Yeah. So like for Minnesota, for sure, like a guy like Callum Ritchie kind of fits that mold where he's something that they don't necessarily have, where he's a center with good size. There is offensive upside. I think at this point it's kind of like fizzled out in terms of like that high. I think a lot would have to go right for him to be a top 6 center, but there's potential there for sure. And I still think he's a really good player. So yeah, I think that's a possibility. I could see teams falling in love with him though, as a guy that, hey, he's got center-esque pedigree, style of play, plays a really good two-way game. He's a very smart player, and he's big, and the skating isn't a hallmark by any means, but if he's in your middle 6 and he's like a shutdown center with like decent offensive upside, that's a good pick, which is why I had him going before.
Okay, fair. You haven't picked him yet, have you?
I couldn't remember if I sent him to Pittsburgh.
No, you have not picked him yet. He is still available.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll move on right now to number 19, the much disheveled Winnipeg Jets. Who do you see them going with here? Let's factor in a little bit, trying to read the tea leaves of who's not returning based on the wonderful press conference that you and I have already gone in depth on.
Yeah. This is a slot too, where like if Chris Dahl was still on the board, I could see that, but he's gone. with my draft at this point.
That's right.
I think Callum Ritchie again would be a good pick for them. And for me, knowing that we've sent all of the like high-end top defensemen already, I don't see them taking a swing on like a guy like Gulyayev, but the last couple of years make me think otherwise too.
They could use a PP quarterback.
Yeah, they do have a couple guys though
Now,
already.
is this a spot where you see the Wild making the jump? Kalen Addison with their pick to move there.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that because
stricken from the records. Continue.
It's only a few slots up, and realistically, whoever you're going to take 2 or 3 picks later, like you'll be fine.
I mean, hey,
and you don't want to give up
trading up to swap with Edmonton, and that worked out pretty good.
Good point.
But all right,
unless they fall in love, yeah. There are a few guys I'm flirting with. I'll take Sam Hanzik here.
Okay.
No, I changed my mind.
Didn't take your finger off the piece. You're good.
Matthew Wood. Because UConn, youngest player in college hockey, was probably their best forward this year. He's produced when he wants to be, and if someone can convince him to be, this is a legit premier. And I do think he'll go before this pick too, by the way, because I know NHL teams are not falling in love with the profile. He can be, and he has it in him to do it. And every time I see him in person, it drives me nuts. But big, fucking towering power forward with crazy skill that even when he's not on, he still scores. Like, it's crazy. Like, I watched him in person a few times, and then I saw him in person again this year at the Frozen Fenway. And, like, every time he's on the ice, you're like, man, you could fucking take that puck and just drive it to the net if you wanted to, but you just won't. I do think the U18 Worlds boosted his stock even more than it's already pretty high just because of the profile. Defensively, it's a problem. I would say just the engagement level versus like when you look at him, like, man, you could be such a good two-way fucking guy. Like, but I think this fits that profile for Winnipeg, and I think it'd be a good bet there. So I'll go Matthew Wood. Like, this kid is legit, man. Like, and again, another guy that was flirting. He still is realistically top 10 potential. I think teams are going to take him before I would, but I'll go Matthew Wood there.
Now, I got to ask you, just because you brought up Frozen Fenway, leads my brain to the Bean Pot. Isha and I on Saturday were at the home series for Rocker, which is Minnesota's Call of Duty team. And they played against Boston, the Boston Breach, which their logo sucked, but the name makes sense. But they had like the most, like, have you seen South Park, the World of Warcraft episode?
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyone that has, Z, I'll send you a link right after this. This guy had all the makings of being that kind of guy. He's just straight up, that all he does is play video games. He does not leave his chair. Maybe his mom swaps out his like shit pan, whatever. His name, as far as they called him, was Beans. And he was the Boston boy. Seems fitting.
That's damning evidence. I tell you what, feels right.
All right, moving on. We have at 20 the fucking scumbags who had the lottery rigged for them. They traded a guy to the Tampa Bay Lightning who fucking hasn't for a first round. We got the Chicago Blackhawks back on the clock. You've already got Bedard. You can punt. At this point, you might as well just to like say thank you to the hockey gods. Like, draft someone that's like a 150 plus grade. But who are you taking if you're going for a winner here at 20?
I'm going back and forth. I'm going back and forth between if I want my version somewhat of like a guy like Kirby Doc in Sam Hanzik, or it's between him and a guy like Gavin Brindley, because Gavin Brindley is so fucking good and legit. Like this kid, again, like as a draft eligible at Michigan, playing with really good players, but like every line that he's on instantly becomes better. He's an undersized winger, but like just a buzzsaw of a player. There's like 100 miles an hour at all times. I'll go Gavin Brindley here, and I think that would be a solid pick for them. Somewhat kind of fills in a gap in their pool where I think he can be a really good middle six winger for them. He's got the foot speed, he's a good skater, and again, like is more than capable of playing with other really good players. And they've got plenty of prospects in their pool now that you could like see him in the future playing on the same line with. And I think he fits the mold. So like between that, the only other one that's like a similar profile that might have a little bit more upside is a guy like Jaden Perron who plays with Chicago Steel. So I go back and between like
Chicago.
The one, yeah. So it. No, I'm going Perron. Chicago, similar profile, probably a little bit more upside, even though I think Brindley's so fucking legit. I think both will fall well beyond where I'd like to take them. So I'll go Jaden Perron for the Chicago connection there over a guy like Brindley, who I think is probably safer. But and a guy like Hanzik, who would be like somewhat of a kind of a version of Colby or Kirby Doc.
Okay.
Because they already have Colby Doc. They have a Colton Doc already. So
now Jack Eichel, BU boy, being interviewed after the second period for his second 3-point game in the playoffs. They're up, I believe, 5-1 going into the intermission. Maybe not. Just throwing that in there because that's fun. Next up, supposed 21st pick, which maybe it's changed. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that if Seattle advances to the conference finals, they are not included in this pool anymore, and Minnesota would go down to 21. But we're going to go with worst case scenario here for the Minnesota Wild, the home team. Let's say Seattle is drafting at 21, which what a fucking postseason for them. And Z, I'll actually let you lead off while you take some time to think about who they'd take. Do a little bit of a victory lap. Like you said at the beginning of the season, this is a team that no one's giving credit. This is a team that's going to surprise people. I don't think even you thought they would do what they're doing now, but still, you were the only person that I've heard publicly that truly believed in them before the season started. Talk about your Seattle Kraken.
Yeah, I can't really take that much of a victory lap because I think when we did the preseason predictions or whatever, I can't remember, but I think I had them as like, I really want to make them a top 3 team in the Pacific, but I can't get there because I was believing in Calgary too much. So I don't know if I could take that much of a victory lap, but like, I really was like mad at myself for not doing it. Like, so they're legit, man. And again, like we've talked about this before on the podcast, like it's not because they've got this crazy top 6. They just have 4 lines of like legit players who could score. So
Dude,
it's like,
let's talk about the summer trade, man. Biggest steal that I've ever fucking seen.
I could not believe
4th round pick for a stud from the Columbus Blue Jackets.
I mean, like the Columbus Blue Jackets offloaded the salary for Bjorkstrand so they could sign Goodbranson for a $4 million deal.
To sign Gaudreau, we'll go with. Make it sound better.
Sure.
Hey,
what a mistake.
Branson's the reason they're going to get Leo Carlson, okay?
Yeah. Or I think that I do think they're going to take Will Smith, but yeah, sure.
Probably.
Yeah, whatever. Both have higher upsides, so fair enough. You want to play the long game there. But yeah, dude, like it's just a team with 4 lines that can produce. And they were a very good defensive team last year. They just couldn't save. They couldn't buy a fucking save last year, dude. It was crazy.
So
but
it was last year.
It was so funny because
was last year.
I had them making the playoffs their first year. I had them making the playoffs their first year.
But goaltending, is this year real? Is last year real, or is it somewhere in the middle?
It's somewhere in the middle because I wasn't really that big of a believer in Grubauer either. And like realistically,
that was a stupid fucking contract. I'm sorry. You can like Grubauer and that's fine. To give him that term at that value is bonkers to me.
And they're doing it. They gave fucking Dreger $3.5 million before that.
Yeah, I don't get it. It's fucking stupid.
And they traded for Martin Jones. Like,
and again, like Seattle, like I got nothing against them. I think that their jerseys are sick. I think that I thought they were going to be the expansion team when Vegas was, because I thought Seattle was the perfect spot for a hockey team. And of course, Vegas proved me very fucking wrong, but it's working out there too. Let's hear it. Who bolsters their prospect pool? I mean, you can't even call Beniers a prospect anymore, but like, who's coming in after that guy?
This is where I start. Well, so again, it's the same three guys I've been going back and forth on now for the last couple picks, but I'm looking at a guy like Brindley, a guy like Ritchie, a guy like Hanzik. I don't know if I can see Ritchie falling too far beyond this. And again, I think they've got enough depth at those positions where it doesn't really matter if he pans out as a center or as a wing, because again, they got Shane Wright coming. They've got other centers in that pool. They've already got like an undersized guy or a couple undersized guys in like Jaeger Furcus, another one of my favorites from last year, also from Moose Jaw, teammate of Bet Matejchuk, stud. So the Furcus circus. So I think I'll take Ritchie here. Again, like he can be a center for them in that middle six. He can be a wing, big boy, responsible at both ends. So like if he does pan out as a center, you've got two very good defensive centers with legit offensive upsides and a guy like Shane Wright. Ever heard of him? And Callum Ritchie. So I think I'll go Ritchie here.
Okay. Very fair. Now this one's the big one, Z. You got to sell all the fans, sell all the listeners. Who is the guy that's going to get everyone excited? Who is the next Judd's Bud? Who is Judd Brackett going to take here at 22, assuming they stand pat? That's going to be the next really exciting prospect that's going to be added to the pool.
Yeah, man. And I'm honestly, it might be the boring pick because this is exactly who we've talked about for a while. And then realistically, I think he does end up getting picked before this, mostly because I think Pronman has him at like 6 or 8, which is like, that is, sure. But a guy like Nate Danielson, for me, like, I feel like that's right up their alley. Number one, I do think he can be a center at the NHL level. He's got no shit, legit offensive upside. He put up some crazy numbers throughout this year for Brandon on a team that really like wasn't great, but he put up excellent numbers. I think he kind of fits that profile too with Judd Brackett, where obviously, like most first round picks at 18 years old, this isn't the finished product. So I think he's got enough foundational tools to be not just like a high offensive upside type guy, but I think there's enough there that makes me think he can at least be a decent two-way center. So I think you kind of take that swing on the upside, knowing that you're not rushing him. You're not needing him to be in the NHL within the next 2-3 years, where he can play in the WHL again, continue to work on both sides there again. And he's a center that's got decent size. And I think he can be capable of being a pretty good two-way center. And that the upside's legit, man. Like he makes some plays too, where it's like, a lot of the things he does is not necessarily like the sexiest, but whatever he does, like he just produces. So I think he ends up getting picked before this, but I think if he's there, I think that's a pretty good pick for the Minnesota Wild. Another guy that I would look at, similar mold, a little bit more of a wild card, but a guy like Riley Heidt, who we'll see if he's a center or a wing at the NHL level, but also like crazy high upside. He can be a little bit of a loose cannon there. He had a top 15 type potential too. So a guy like Riley Heidt or a guy like Nate Danielson, but I think Judd Brackett would love him. Riley Heidt.
Okay, so you're not trying to talk about Hunter Haight. I just need to make sure. Okay.
No, yeah.
I don't know who Riley Heidt is, but I gotta ask.
Prince George Cougars, yeah.
Because you've been talking about a lot of guys for a little bit, and you have not mentioned Nate Danielson once. So anyone that's listened to all of these is asking, like, okay, why not Gavin Brindley? Why not Guyayev? Like, why is Nate Danielson popping now? And you're like, oh my God, I don't think this guy will last this long, but I also haven't talked about him this whole time.
Yeah. I think, and again, I do think that he's going to go before 22, 21, whatever, just because I've seen him mocked going so much higher than a lot of other guys.
Brodman. Thank you, sir.
Well, and Brodman also, he does his mock drafts similar to Bob McKenzie, not as much influence from NHL teams, but he does take a lot of his rankings and based on what scouts are telling him. But I just kind of look at guys who I think I would, but for me, again, this is my ranking, right? So, or who I would take in that position. So I think a lot of it has had to do with the fact that like I've probably taken guys higher than they'll go. And other guys, as a result, have slipped. And I think with Gavin Brindley, I think he'll slip lower than I would probably take him just because he's a 5'10" right foot, right shot, or Jesus Christ, 5'10" right shot winger who doesn't really like a lot would have to go right for him to be a top 6 winger in the NHL.
Sure. That's fair. Okay. And so like to entertain the people, let's say that Nate Danielson goes earlier, like you think. Give me one or two other names for the Minnesota Wild that you see being available here that you think could be impactful to the prospect pool.
Sam Honzik, who probably won't last if he's still there, probably won't go a whole lot farther. Again, he's a 6'4" guy that plays center here and there for Vancouver, most of the wing. I think his stock also would have skyrocketed even more so if he didn't get hurt like game 2 or 3 of the World Juniors, because he was unbelievable in those first few games for Slovakia. Playmaker, he's got a crazy shot. 2-way games is pretty decent enough skater. Like there's a whole lot of, again, like you want to talk about guys that have the foundational tools who you're just like banking on developing. And if you're Minnesota, you're looking at your pool and who you have employed at the development level, and you're feeling pretty good. So that's another guy, Sam Honzik, who I think has a pretty good chance just based on the profile of going before then. That if he's there too, though, like, man, if he pans out as a center at the NHL level, like, fuck, is he a stud? And I just see Gavin Brindley falling into like the mid to late 20s because he's small, even though I think like this kid's legit. Like he's so good.
Fair. All right. And again, putting it to you, I don't care either way. Do we go through 32? Do you want to run down like the next 4 or 5 guys that you see just being the next tier of players? Do we sign off? What do you want to do? It's your show.
Up to you, man. I've got plenty of beers at this point where we can keep going for the 11 people that are still here. Hey, you know, at one point we were like at 75 people tuning in, which is like, God bless them.
And guess what? The 11 that are still here, we fucking love you. So,
and if you're up 9 immediately, they're like, fuck this guy.
2 are like, oh shit, we're still here. Fuck.
Don't want to get found out. Yeah, we can go through the whole first round if we want to, and if people want to chime in, feel free. We can answer questions.
I'm down to sit here and drink and keep on going. No real questions have popped up except what we've already asked, because like the juice again, like how far could the Wild move up with Addison, our 23, and one of our seconds? So
you don't want to do that to move up a couple slots. You don't want to give up all that.
But the question is, how far could they move up? Like, he's not saying I want to move up a couple slots. He's asking you how far so he can evaluate whether or not he wants to make the trade.
I don't know, like take a pick for one of those first round teams that's got 2 picks or 3 picks in the first round that's picking ahead of you, I guess. Like that's
basically
man, like,
Arizona.
that's so
Arizona
much.
only fits the profile.
You're not doing but you're not doing that. Like, also, how many teams have put that package together just to move up a couple slots? Like,
But that's not a couple slots. That's 10 at that point. If you could move up to 12.
And I don't think any team that's picking the top 12 wants to do that anyway. So I don't.
Sure.
It's just not.
But I'm not asking about those teams. Like, what's the limit for you? Like, moving up to 15, moving up to 12, 10. Like, if you were going to put a package like that together.
So you're asking two questions at the same time, though.
No, I'm not asking.
I'm not doing it. I'm just not doing it. I'm just not doing that.
Okay, it's not happening. Done. End of discussion. The juice. No move is happening. I'm sorry. And actually, a question off that then for the Minnesota Wild. Are the Wild more likely to move up or move back? And standing pat's not an option.
Move back.
Okay.
Because they have 2 seconds, right?
That sounds accurate. Let's see. They have it on the side here.
Because I could see Judd Brackett being like, all right, we have a top 3 fucking prospect pool.
Do the Wild have a second?
I thought they did. Maybe they don't. I don't fucking know anymore.
I don't know. According to Tankathon, they don't. I don't know if that's accurate or not. So we can move past it.
Feels right.
Oh, no. They have the 63rd, so second to last pick from Vegas. But that looks like
they have their second still.
Not according to. Oh, yeah, they do. Yep, 54. So, yeah, they have 2.
I can see them, if anything, moving back.
There's a lot of names on this screen, man. I'm starting to blur them all together.
Love
Plus,
that.
every sip of Weller that I have, it gets more and more blurry. All right. He wants to keep going, people. Cheer him on. We've got at 23 from the LA Kings, who honestly had a pretty okay postseason appearance against the Edmonton Oilers. Goes to Columbus, though. Columbus at 23 after you gave them at number 3 your draft crush, Leo Carlsson. Who do the Columbus Blue Jackets take here?
This is where I have to go Hanzik. I have to. And we've talked about the whole time. Crazy upside. Might be able to be a center at the NHL level, but he has the NHL habits, like how he approaches the game. He's a big dude that can skate. He's got defensive ability that you can definitely work with and bolster. And the offensive upside's crazy. And I kind of look at that situation and kind of love that for Columbus, where I don't think he's a guy that'll take 4 years before you see him at the NHL level. So I might have to go Hanzik at that pick. I love this kid, man. I really wish he did not get hurt at the World Juniors so quick, because he was a stud those first couple games with Slovakia, and I think he would have even because again, man, that's a team that took Canada to OT, right? And if they had him, man, he's legit, dude. So I'll have to go. I struggled to see him going past there, and I think that would be a nice pick for them.
Fair. Very fair. Moving on to 24. I'm so happy this team lost in the first round. I don't know. I can't explain my hatred for the New York Rangers. They're fucking losers. All right. Who do these idiots take?
Let's see. I kind of wonder about a kid like and I wonder if teams like him as much as everyone else does. But a guy like Grayson Sachin, who 5'11" center, again, like I think he's exactly a point per game. So he's playing on a really good Seattle team who I think they're playing Kamloops right now. If they win, they will take down Kamloops and go to play Winnipeg, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. I don't know. But he's playing limited minutes and he's still a point per game for them. He's a stud. Again, just playing like a somewhat two-way game. Crazy hands, loves the physical stuff. So I know the Rangers would love that. I think if Musty was still there, that would be another guy because like he fits a similar mold of another one of my favorites from a couple years ago, and Brennan Othman. But I kind of wonder about a guy like Grayson Sachin going over to New York because again, like he is not afraid of the nasty stuff. He produces in limited minutes, and whatever line he improves a line. So like he plays center, he can play wing, he can score, he plays a two-way game. Like I bet you the Rangers would love a kid like Grayson Sachin, or Sauchin, I guess that might be. He has like one of the weird names, dude. I think it's like Gracyn, and his last name's Sachin, like Sawchyn. But again, crazy hands. He's elusive, like deceptive. He's a really fun player to watch. And looking at that team, you know they love their fucking pricks, and he loves the nasty stuff. So I bet you that would be. I actually love that pick there. I think my buddy's over at Elite Prospects, dude. Like I think they have him at like 13. But I love Grayson Sachin, so I think that would be a nice pick for New York to add to that pool. Because that upside's legit, and he fits that mold. So that's who I'll take there. You're frozen, so I don't know if I am also frozen. And I'm just gonna keep talking. Actually, that's not true. I said I'm gonna keep talking, and I just stopped talking. I'm frozen. I don't know if he's frozen. Chat, how we doing? Am I the only one that's frozen? Who knows, bro? It's got to be me. It's got to be me, the one that's frozen. Sad. And Hoppy's gone. Now it's just me. So how's everyone doing? There's still 11 of you tuning in. Let's see. Z, you're Gucci. Love that for me. I'm the beauty that's still here. Rusty AF. How you doing? What are you up to? City Life Project still buzzing. Also talking to Rusty. There's 11 people in here. Who the fuck is still listening? Because that's insane. You're all sick in the head, or you just like to watch me drink beers. I'm gonna text Hoppy to see what's going on because I don't know if I could possibly do this by myself for much longer. No one else is saying anything. So am I frozen now, dude? Who knows? Who else is here? The Juice, are you? 10:39. That was a long time ago. Hunter 18. I hope you're not still in here. I love you, but you're just, happy. But I'm happy for you. Oh, 12 people. Oh, Hoppy says he'll be back. And so does City Life Project. Well, I mean, talk to me, Chad. I can't do this by myself. Oh. Is he back? He's back.
You just sat there and waited until I came back, didn't you?
I talked to a bunch of people in the chat that I got one response. No, two. That's not true.
See, you're
now
Gucci.
We're buzzing. Yeah, he said, Z or Gucci. He will be back. Haha, you good.
Yeah, well, that's Isha.
I was like, Chad, how we? Yeah, wait. So I have another question. Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind. Now I'm there.
Yeah, you got it.
Wait a minute, because wasn't City Life Project who kept saying like, "Yo, Isha, what up, you beauty?" And I was like, he's not even here. It might have been Isha.
They know it's his channel, and Isha's been in the chat the whole time, so that's where that came from. So we landed on Grayson Sachin. I'm sure you finished up what your thoughts are.
Yeah, he's a stud. He's good. He's great. I think that would be a good pick for them.
Perfect. Next trade, the Edmonton Oilers, who are currently getting curb stomped by the Vegas Golden Knights with their fourth string goalie, goes to Nashville Predators at 25. Who are they taking after Grayson Sachin comes off the board?
This is where I'll take the swing on Gavin Brindley, man. Like, I can't let him fall beyond here. I can't do it. And again, I think he also fits that mold of like, he's a bulldog. He's undersized, but he's a fucking bulldog. In that pool and in that team, he doesn't necessarily need to be a top 6 guy, but I think they would love to have a guy like Gavin Brindley. He's just like, he's a nightmare if you have a legit top 6 and then they throw out Gavin Brindley, like, Jesus fucking Christ, a fucking honey badger like coming out. I think he does so many things well. Again, it's just like the thing that'll be a knock on him for a lot of teams is the fact that he is 5'10". So, but I'll take Gavin Brindley to Nashville. And I think they'll love that pick. So, such a good player. He should go higher than that, but he's a beauty.
Love it. All right. Then we've got San Jose back on the board, which I guess I could have said the same about Nashville. Apologies. Nashville taking both Quentin Musty, great fucking name, and Gavin Brindley, who they could have just as easily taken at that same pick. San Jose Sharks get the arguably 1B in talent of the draft at Matvei Michkov. Who do they take here at 26 as they take New Jersey's first round pick?
I'm like, man, this is a good one because, like, I'm thinking about the guys that they have already who are like legit. I could go full Russian here. And there's two options. I could go full Russian and go full fun for when Carlson's gone. You just throw in Gulyayev. I kind of fucking love that.
Okay.
Or I could also go the Russian route to a kid he's a big fucking winger. I love this guy. Great shot. Dangerous, sneaky, dangerous playmaker. Pretty good skater. A guy like Daniil Boot, who I think will go pretty. Daniil Boot. His last name is B-U-T. He's legit. He's good.
I don't think I've heard of him.
He's real solid. If the Russian factor wasn't a thing, I think he'd go a lot higher. So there are a lot of people who are trying to figure out exactly what he is, but and if what he does translates. But he's a kid that he looked great in the KHL when he played this year, like up there. But I kind of love the idea of having them take Gulyayev. I'm thinking about their young defenseman prospects because they have Mukabadul, another Russian who's a big fucker.
What's his name?
They got him in the Timo Meyer trade. Shakir Mukamadulin. That was the blue chip
name I've heard all fucking night. Mukamadulin. Oh my god, That is brilliant. By the way, Z, before the draft happens, we have to do out of like the top. You decide, is it top 100, top 200? We have to do an all-name team for the draft. We have to.
It's going to be hard to beat the Swedish defenseman Hugo Hell.
That's pretty good. I don't know. I'm still like very firm on Axel Sandin Pellikka. That is such a fucking sick name.
Good one. My boy Felix Ungersorum. Another good one.
Man. Okay. So where do we land then? What's the move for San Jose?
I kind of love because they do love their Russians over there. They've got a bunch already in that pool. They added. I know. So, but I'm gonna go. So they've already got. So Shakir Mukabadulin's fucking huge. He's like 6'5", big boy defenseman. He is like, he kind of feels like at this point like a boo or bust type guy. He was actually pretty good in the AHL for San Jose, the Barracuda, when he went there. He put up 10 points in 12 games. So I kind of love having the mini version who's just like a psycho. I kind of love the idea of Gulyayev going there. So I'm going to go fucking Mikhail Gulyayev because he is insane. And again, he is pure offense, zero I mean, like less than zero defense. But he's kind of like the Russian, even shorter version of Erik Karlsson. But, obviously that's a pretty high standard to set. But, like, give them another Russian that they don't really need to come over right away. Give them another crazy high ceiling offensive defenseman and another guy that my buddies have described as like cocaine hockey, where he's just like everywhere. So I'll go Mikhail Gulyayev to San Jose. Give them fucking both Michkov and Gulyayev. They're going to do what Carolina did last year. They drafted every fucking Russian 30 picks before they should have gone, other than the guys they took at like 40.
All right.
Look at Carolina, what they did last year in the draft. Carolina, they just took a bunch of fucking Russians that will not come over for like 4 to 5 years, but their ceiling is fucking insane. Like every single one, they just took them all, and they even did that a couple years ago too. So San Jose is going to adopt that strategy. They adopted it once they took fucking Mukhamadullin as the blue chip prospect in the Meyer trade. Yeah, Shakir Mukhamadullin. He's a beauty. I am so fascinated to see if this kid pans out in the NHL, Mukhamadullin, but let him be on the same defense core as fucking Gulyayev. It could be electric. So funny. So we're going there. We're going Gulyayev to San Jose. They're patient. They don't need him to come over, and he's fucking incredible.
Okay, we're good with it. Now, the one of the bigger disappointments in the first round, the Colorado Avalanche getting beat by the Seattle Kraken, even after Cale Makar murders their 40-goal scorer in Jared McCann. Who do the Colorado Avalanche take at 27?
Another interesting situation in Colorado where, because they've been so good, they've made deals and really relied on a lot of their recent picks, their top end picks, to be like big time players for them. So like this is a prospect pool that like 2 or 3 years ago was insane. And now they're kind of like, they just need impact prospects everywhere. So probably looking at a like home run swing type pick. And part of me wonders, and again, I think this is a guy that probably at one point slipped out of the first round. He's fascinating. So we're going to go Otto Stenberg here.
Ooh, you talked about him recently on Judd's Buds.
It's crazy. So like you watch him play league play, so like J20, just average, like super grinder, great, like really good player. But when he goes and plays with Sweden, so he just captained them at the U18s and he bolstered his stock again. But when he plays with Sweden at these tournaments, like he is the best player on the fucking ice every single game. Like it's insane. But then he goes back to his league play and he's on a loaded for London team. He's like the 6th best player. It's really weird, like for him. Another guy that was really good at the Hlinka last season and was in a lot of top 10s public scouting wise. So I think he's a good combination of like, there's a legit ceiling there, but his profile, the fact that he can be an effective grinder too in a middle 6, he can play center, he can play wing. He is undersized somewhat, but he plays like he's 6'2". I do love the kid. I just love the way he plays. It's just like the last 10 months has really put a lot of like question marks around what the upside is, but the skill is there. It's just like you only see it with Team Sweden, but like at the same time, he's doing that against the best players from other countries. So like, so it makes me wonder about like if they would take a swing at a guy like Stenberg. And I think if he hits, he'll be legit. Someone said they need centers like crazy.
Not wrong.
So a safe pick that again has also bolstered his upside big time. I think Still a first-round pick would be a little bit of a stretch, but I do think he's legit. There's two other Swedes, David Edstrom, who just lit it up at the U18 Worlds, who all he does is score goals and like creates crazy high danger scoring chances by himself. The skating's not excellent, but he plays a really, really good two-way game too. So I think that could be, if someone wants to convince themselves he's a first-round pick, he's 6'4", he's 200 pounds. Like, again, plays a good two-way game, crazy good shot. Skills pretty good too. I think that would be a reasonable swing at first round, but just like you really are betting on upside there, I think. Yeah. So two options again. Two Swedes there. What?
Who's the second one?
That was Stenberg or the two Swedes. So like Stenberg.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying two more Swedes. Gotcha.
Well, yeah. Well, also I talked about Felix Nielsen, who's real good, legit playmaker. Again, he's like 5'11" or so. Decent defensively, but David Edstrom's like he projects more as like the well-rounded guy, and he's 6'4", and he can play physical. Skating is just very average, if not below average, but he could score, man. That's all he does is score. So you're really betting on upside though if you take Edstrom in the first round, I think. So
that's fair though.
It's dangerous. It's risky, man.
Joseph said that, right? Edstrom that high.
Yeah, so there you go.
You kind of hit on it, right? It's all upside. That's all you're looking at there. Got to give a shout out to our boy as well. We've wavered between like 9 and 15 for a while here. We're sitting at 11. Our boy Jason Bryant, who is the wrestling guru, travels the country, travels the globe to announce for them. He is actually just wrapped up his first year announcing for St. Cloud State University. He was their guy for hockey, and he's hoping to make a push here for Frozen 4 in St. Paul. Z, you got to come out. You got to come out for that.
Okay.
You always tell me you're going to come out, and then it's like, yeah, no, work. I can't get it off. I'm not going to come to the state tourney. I'm not going to come to the Frozen 4. You're doing it.
Doing it.
Oh, he committed. All right, it's done. Locked in. All right. Otto Stenberg to Colorado at 27. Now we've got Z. I mean, first you can give them a little bit of a moratorium at 28. The Toronto Maple Leafs getting the pick from the Boston Bruins. You got to be able to laugh at that a little bit though, right? Like with looking at what's happening to the Leafs now. Just go ahead and go off. Go crazy.
I mean, you just hate to see it to such a great fan base, really reasonable people that always just are really nice. Just a great, awesome fan base. Not a bunch of fucking assholes. I actually do feel bad for them. I mean, it's hard though to feel bad because it's quite literally what they asked for. You know, like they said, we want Florida, we want the Panthers, and they are getting the ever living dog shit kicked out of them now. Again, hate to see it. Really hate to see it. So sad, brutal. You can't help but feel bad for them, you know? And again, I would love to pose this question to the world, like, knowing what you know now about the second round of the NHL playoffs, was it worth it? Like, they had 12 minutes to talk shit to the Boston Bruins and immediately got their dicks kicked in. Like, immediately. It's unbelievable. It's just, wow. That being said, though, shout out Matty Nyes, even though he got hurt. That's brutal. Fucking Sam Bennett.
That's your fault, by the way. But we
were hyping his shit up, hey?
We won't dwell on that. All right. So, yes, Toronto, everyone's so sad. A fan base that deserves so much more with how classy they are. Who are you taking if you love Toronto like you love Boston? Who are you drafting here, even though Kyle Dubas is gone and has moved on to the Pittsburgh Penguins?
I'm trying to think about all the players I've left
If you got to confirm any, I got you here. I can flip the paper back.
Yeah, we might need to rifle through some of them.
All right, you give me a couple, and I'll tell you if they're on here.
Whoops. I know that Bradley Nadeau's not. He's
not.
the one I was just thinking about for Colorado too after the fact, but we've already moved on, so we're not doing that. I know he's so Riley Height. I don't think I've taken yet.
You have not. Nadeau and Height are both available.
You know what? If you're the Maple Leafs, take a swing on upside here and go Braden Yeager. He's got a shot to be top 6, legit. Like,
I'm shocked
30.
he's lasted this long for you, man. To be completely honest, he's the
gonna
one
fall.
Sitting back
He's
and waiting.
gonna fall. He's
You think he's gonna fall this far?
There's just so many guys who like have really skyrocketed with their.
He
stock.
was like as high as 7 or 8 at one point, right?
Last year at this time, he was the one challenging for 5-6. Like he was right there with like a lot of.
Is that because
a lot of people are taking him over Benson?
Because he's not a center. Like, explain.
No, he's a center. Like that, he was a center as a draft -1, and he put up 35 fucking goals in WHL last year.
But now you're telling me he's not a center, right?
This year, it's making a lot of people who watch a lot of WHL hockey like question whether or not he really can play that inside game, especially at the NHL level. But like, it's also a kid that even if he's on the perimeter, he's a right shot fucking winger. Like that shot, his shot is a joke. Like it's why he scored 35 as a draft -1 in the WHL last season on a pretty fucking good Moose Jaw team that wasn't supposed to be good. He was their go-to guy. And at his best, and I thought it was a fucking insane comparison. I still do. I can't believe it came out of his mouth. But Button tried to say, like, use the comp. He's like, it's a lesser. Don't get me wrong. It's not the same. But his game, it looks like he just models it after McKinnon. And I was like, well, that's fucking nuts. But like when he's going, man, like this kid's fucking legit. I just don't know. Like there are just so many doubts in my mind at this point that he will end up panning out as a center. Like I think he's right around 6 foot, but he might weigh 165 pounds soaking wet. He is selective about when he gets physical. This year, he shied away from the inside game. He's on the perimeter a lot. But, like, again, it's a guy that, like, that shot enables him to, like, when he's going, score 35 goals with ease. Again, like, he had a big-time off year this year, and he still put up 28 goals in WHL. Like, and, like, massively disappointing. Everyone thought he beat Theo Fleury's rookie scoring record for the Moose Jaw Warriors, like with 15 games left in the season. Like he's legit. So if he's there that late, take that fucking home run swing. And I think like even if he hits 75% of what he should be, like there's no way he should slip out of the first round. And realistically, I've probably taken someone well before I should have taken him. But like it's just been such a weird year for him. So the thing with it, I just worry about how much he's gonna be able to do at the NHL level. Just watching him, like it's just a weird struggle this year because like they were about as good as they were last year, this year, and so many other guys with like lesser profiles kind of popped off, and he just didn't. And you know, a guy that scores 35 as a draft -1 in WHL on a playoff team, you'd expect him to be flirting with like 40, 50, like trying to like match Bedard cold totals, which he didn't even sniff. So that being said, if you take him at, what do we say, 28, I think you're laughing. So I think they would love it. And I the upside's crazy. So.
All right. Fair.
They could laugh at everybody after, including me.
Very easily.
I do think he goes. I think he goes well before 28. But I think a lot of scouts got very disappointed by this season. Even
No,
fucking even Pronman had him at like fucking 18. So
now, all right, fair. Now we've got mini Boston Bruins, granted later in the draft, but in a way deeper draft. St. Louis has their second and third pick back to back at 29 and 30. Who are you taking if you have two picks, stealing from the Dallas Stars and the Toronto Maple Leafs? Do them one at a time, though. Give me the first one. What's your evaluation? Who are you taking?
trying to think who else I've left off.
Let me know if you need to ask any.
No, I'm just thinking of the ones I've snubbed. I wonder about, especially for fucking St. Louis, how do you? And I think there's enough teams too, and I don't even necessarily know if this would be. I bet I don't know how St. Louis of all teams doesn't go Charlie Stramel.
Okay.
I bet they take him and they fucking love it. And we talked about this past episode on Judd's Buds. Like, Hastings is coming in to Wisconsin.
Does Trammell even stay? Is he young enough? Is he old enough?
We'll fucking find out. I think he's such a safe pick where at the end of the first round, you want who you take to be a regular NHLer with decent upside. And at one point, again, we're talking about Charlie Stramel, a guy that like people had mocked this time last year, top 15. Like did they
really have him that high? I would have thought like 15 to 20, maybe.
This is a kid, he's 6 foot, whatever, 200 and whatever.
Yeah, but his life choices to choose to go to Wisconsin, like,
yeah, true.
That's gotta tell you something about him, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah, fair enough.
Pretty gross.
But he's got some skill. I think he's a smart player. Other than when he decides, you know what? What if I picked that guy's head up off of his shoulders and put it through the glass with my fist? When he decides to not do that, like Adam Fantilli got in a fight in college hockey this year. If there's one other guy playing college hockey that I was like, I bet this guy would probably take his bucket off and fight somebody, it'd be Charlie Stramel.
Do you think he would spit on someone?
He might. He's a psychopath when he gets.
So he's basically Fantilli, just not as good, and obviously went to Wisconsin.
He's got a screw loose for sure. So
that fits St. Louis.
My headphones are dying.
Dude, him and Binnington would be best friends.
I know. So I think I would just go with him if I'm St. Louis. Both my AirPods are dying right now. Oh,
one of them.
That was crazy.
All right, that's good. Stramel's one. Give me whoever's number two. And again, this is from Toronto, if that helps at all. Just to like twist the knife.
Give me my guy, Oscar Fisker-Molgaard. I fucking love this player.
I've been waiting for his name to pop up. Ho!
Take another center. He is such another top fucking 5 smart
all-name pick, right?
Another good one, yeah. Such a fucking smart hockey player. I can't believe Riley Height I left on the board. Fuck me. They would like him more than they'd like Fisker-Molgaard too.
If you want to switch it, this is your chance.
I might just because I'm St. Louis.
You're St. Louis. Who do you pick?
I'll take fuck me. Riley Height's meaner. He's got probably higher offensive upside. Fuck, I'll just go Riley Height.
Spell height.
Heidt.
Oh, that's a sick name.
I know.
Okay. So explain him over Oscar Fisker-Molgaard.
So Height had I mean, like, it's not a question. Fisker-Molgaard plays a better, well-rounded game. I think there's untapped upside for sure because this is a kid who was playing junior hockey in fucking Denmark 2 years ago, and this year made himself a second line center on an SHL team.
That's good.
And the way he plays at 17 years old screams NHL. Like, understands the inside game, whether it's taking away inside ice defensively or gaining inside ice offensively. Forechecks real well. His skating's at a high fucking level. Like, he's a high floor guy, but Riley Heidt fits the NHL. Like, he's meaner. He's got a higher offensive upside. Like, the shot's crazy. He can make plays. So I think if I'm St. Louis, I look at that and I bet on that probably. And I don't know about Fisker because like Fisker Molgaard, like he does not have, I don't see him developing an NHL shot either. Like it's not every one of his goals that he's scored at like the high level has been like a tip in out front or like messy net front goal. But like the skating, Fisker Molgaard, defensively, Fisker Molgaard. But I think they both can be centers. I think Fisker Molgaard is a center. And the thing that makes me want to take him in the first round is the fact that, like, again, he played junior hockey in fucking Denmark 2 years ago. Did not come over to Sweden until 2020, 2021. And 2 years later is a second line center on an SHL team. But I still think the upside with Height's there. And I think he fits a lot of what a lot of NHL teams. He's got the size. He's mean, if not undisciplined a little bit. So I think they would love to take him and fucking Stramel back to back.
Him and Stramel back to back, plus at 10, David Reinbacher.
They're getting three high upside mean motherfuckers.
Better draft, St. Louis or Detroit, who Detroit took Oliver Moore and Tom Willander. Because you said certainly Detroit would be the pick of the first round. Who do you take?
I mean,
1A, 1B.
You get the three prospects if you're St. Louis that really project to the NHL. I would take Oliver Moore's upside over anyone. Well, I'm sorry. Oliver Moore's upside over the forwards, but Reinbacher's upside is higher than Willander's for sure. So, sure. I mean, you take St. Louis's because you're getting the upside. You're getting three guys who there's no way they don't end up in the NHL. And like legit upside, like not only do they have like they scream NHL, but like if they all hit, those are foundational pieces.
Yeah. All right. Fair. Moving on then. We have the Vegas Golden Knights taking
they need everybody
at 31. Yeah, you tell me what the hell they're gonna do with this pick.
They're gonna get a guy that they'll trade in 8 months.
Probably, but who's that guy they want to trade?
I have to pull up their fucking prospect page now.
Because they don't have any prospects.
That's what I mean. I have no idea anymore.
So at this point, it's who's the best player available, essentially.
Go all upside. Oh my god, their prospect pool is crazy.
In what way?
They gave them all away.
Right, so it's crazy empty.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Sorry, that's what I. Oh my god!
You said it's crazy, and I'm like, there's no way that's fucking true.
They got rid of everybody.
It hurts.
Go all upside. William Whitelaw.
Why?
Like, I mean, so he's fucking electric. You want to talk about that lit up the Hlinka Gretzky Team USA? He played at Shattuck St. Mary's. He's at Youngstown now. He's a guy that's going to Wisconsin. I'm pulling his I got to pull up his Shattuck St. Mary's stats. They're so funny. Like, it's a joke. Let's see. Oh, 2021, 2022, 55 games, 46 goals, 64 assists, 110 points. He's nuts, dude. He's so fun. Zero defense. Like, I mean, his defensive game actually got worse as the year went on. But number one, he follows me on Twitter, so he's a great guy. Number two, the upside, if he hits, man, it's insane. Like crazy skill. The shot is legit. He's tiny, very, very small. But he is a fucking pit bull. Like asshole to play against. Like he's the guy that's putting it between your legs, walking your D partner, and talking shit the whole time, going bar Mexico, and then like slashing the goal on the way by. Like he's a prick. I love him. But he's a whole lot of fun. He's one of the funnest players to watch in this draft. It's just like you want to talk about boom or bust. It's William Whitelaw. Like he might be the premier boom or bust guy in this draft because the upside is fucking insane. And realistically, despite all that, this is where most people have him mocked. Like right at the end of the first round, because it's like, man, that upside is just so good. But
so how low's the floor?
I mean, he won't be like he'll be. I don't really know what he even looks like in like a middle to bottom six. Like, because again, like, it's not that he's poor defensively. He just has zero interest in playing defense. So, like, he's either going to be sick or like a different but like similar idea of like a Mike Hoffman. You know what I mean? Where it's like sniper when he just like does cool shit. It's fucking awesome.
Sniper diaper, but that's it. Like there's nothing else.
And just like hopefully not bitching on Instagram videos about, wow, I got cross-checked in the face and he only got suspended for a game, but I did it to someone else and I got 2 games. Hopefully he doesn't do that, but
that would be a bummer.
Yeah, no, he's a pure boomer bust guy. Like, again, I cannot imagine what he would look like on a third or fourth line because, like, I swear to God, the second possession changes, he's like, yo, the puck, they have the puck, change. But, like, you want to talk about a guy that puts up 30 goals in his sleep? It's William Whitelaw. He's fucking awesome.
And
so there you go.
Basically, it's
there's
the
so many guys I left
floor.
out.
That's the reason that you haven't mentioned him sooner.
What?
The high ceiling, low floor is why he hasn't been mentioned before now.
Yeah, there's no chance he goes before like 20. I would not be. The only reason that he has a chance to go in the first round is because the upside is fucking insane.
Okay.
Like he's that good. But like again, this is a kid that immediately loses interest the second the other team has the puck beyond the red line.
All right. Fair. Well, let's move on then. Final pick of the first round. We're wrapping it up. Carolina Hurricanes picking at 32 as of now. Who are you taking if you are the Carolina Hurricanes at the end of the first round?
So there's 2 guys I'm going back and forth on. Both they would not need to be impact NHLers anytime soon. Let them develop. I really have a nagging suspicion that they'll follow their model the last couple of years and take the Russians. And if so, that's when they go Daniil Boot. Who, again, the upside's crazy. He's fucking massive. I think he actually plays a fairly decent 2-way game, kind of. But
kind of.
sniper, he can make plays. Like he's very fun to watch. And I went back the other day and I watched a lot of his KHL, like a bunch of his KHL tape, and like he was like fitting in, like just looked like he was meant to be. Like he's just so fucking big, but like also leverages his body. He's like the GM wet dream of like the size skill combo, who is a decent enough skater. And I think the upside can be crazy to the point where I wonder if teams that are picking like late teens, early 20s are like, how do we not fucking take a swing here on this guy? Because like as a draft -1 in Russia, he was lighting it up too. So
what's his contract situation in comparison to a Michkov?
Now my fucking now both headphones have died, so that was crazy. I came out of my computer, I got scared really bad. I still have the headphones in, so it scared the shit out of me. I wonder if this echo is gonna be bad now. But anyways,
it doesn't at all. But you can just pop them out then if you're not using them.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Oh,
but yeah, no echo so far that I can tell.
All right, perfect. What was the question? You just, because I did not hear the question. I heard higher upside.
Well, no, it was I mean, basically, go.
I didn't hear. I heard higher upside. Him or
it wasn't a particular player. It was more.
The other guy. Okay. That's a great question because Bradley Nadeau. So the other guy that I'm thinking is Bradley Nadeau.
Okay.
BCHL Pentucket V is going to UMaine. Might have the best shot in this draft. Like, I was talking to one of my buddies who scouts the BCHL out there, and he was like, "No, his shot as a scout is legitimately scary. Where like, if it doesn't hit the net and it hits the glass behind the net, you're like, oh, it's gonna shatter. Like, don't stand behind the net when he's on the ice." And like, he has flashes of playmaking. He can play mean when he wants to, but like, you want to talk about a pure fucking sniper? I don't know if there's a more premier outside of like Bedard, because like it's insane and that's a joke. But like Bradley Nadeau, I do think goes. I think he's got a chance to go late first round, and he is fucking crazy. Like the shot, standstill wrist shot, 99 miles an hour, no question, like easy. So another dude that you're like, this kid's gonna put 30 goals up every year in his fucking sleep because the shot is absolutely outrageous. So, but if I'm Carolina, I'm sticking to my roots. I'm just going the long-term Russian, and I'm going Daniil Boot.
All right.
We just did the whole first round, baby.
We just did the whole first round. You fucking crushed it. And we've locked you in now to visiting Minnesota for at least the Frozen Four.
I can't wait to like go back and like realize which guys I've left out. I'm like, oh my fucking God.
There's not, I mean, I don't think there's many.
We'll find out. Like when I go back later, I'm like, ah, fuck.
I don't know. I think you did okay. I think we did okay here. And we're brushing up against the 4-hour mark, so we're both fucking burnt out. I mean, last thoughts, like, do you have a couple of guys you want to shout out as like, oh, I forgot them or they didn't fit with a certain team? Like any last couple of guys you want to give a shout out before we tune out?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty, but like, there are guys who I think are deserving of like getting at least thought of in the first round. Like Edstrom's one of them because I don't think I ended up with taking him, right?
Don't believe so. No.
Yeah. Another one I'm very curious about is a guy like Caden Price, right shot D-man from Kelowna. Defensive game took a huge step, but he's very smooth, good shot. Again, good size, plays physical. So like that's another one there. Another one that I'll be fascinated with is a guy like Alex Chernik, a Slovakian kid, plays in Sweden. The like crazy skating, like high danger chance generating king, just in a really shitty situation this year. Wouldn't be shocked if he went first round. Love that player. Very fun to watch. I mean, there's plenty. I'm trying to think of like, oh my God, Luca Pinelli and Luca Cagnoni. Another guy playing a couple guys in the CHL. Also worth shouting out. Ethan Gauthier in the queue. That's another one I'm fascinated to see if he ends up going first round. He lit it up at the Holinka too. Having a great year with Sherbrooke and David Spacek, our boy from Minnesota.
What about Bradley Nadeau?
Yeah, I really wanted to find a way to put him. If there was a slot I would have put him in, like in the first round, it would have been for replacing Stenberg with Nadeau for Colorado. I actually think that might even be like who I'd lean towards instead. Because like Stenberg again, like it's crazy. There's legit upside there, but like it's just I don't know what's going on with him in like league play versus when he was with Sweden. Like it's weird. But I do think enough teams love Stenberg enough that they'll probably still take him the first round. But NATO is fucking unbelievable. The shot's terrifying. It's scary. So yeah, we have to shout that dude out for sure.
Yeah.
And I mean, realistically, any of the goalies. Michael Robel, the Czech kid.
Are there any that
stud.
you think are first, second round like eligible?
Michael Robel for sure. Trey Augustine, even U.S. kid. A lot of teams are trying to talk themselves into Bjarnason out of Brandon, and there's one other kid, the Adam Gajan, the Slovakian kid who was a beast for Slovakia at the World Juniors. So, and you know who actually had a real good U18s for Sweden was Noah Erliden. He was a real good fucking player for them. He's just an undersized goalie, but he's really mobile. He's solid. So I'll be curious to see like where he goes. But and then Scott Ratzlav, the Canadian.
Fair. All right, Z. Rusty AF asks, over under on beers shotgunned after the draft unfolds.
I don't know. Last year got unhinged just in the first round.
I mean, first 8 you crushed.
No, I'm saying just I remember shotgunning by myself on the live stream in the first round, like 5 at the end. So like it's already like several deep. You know what? We'll go 6.5.
Over under 6.5. And I mean, Z, we got to come up with like some kind of appropriate drinking game for the draft, right?
Sure.
Based on nationality, based on your picks. How are we doing it?
Oh boy.
Based on league. There's a lot of ways we can go.
There's a lot of ways we can go with that.
Ooh, we can come up with some really good bets here.
If we still had 75 people in the chat, I'd just throw it out to the chat. This Rusty fella says, be real now. He doesn't think 6.5 is reasonable.
Oh.
Fair enough.
I mean, all right. I think we got to come back to you on that. There's some work to be done there.
Yeah. Now, if I don't do at least 6.5, like imagine if I said like 2, didn't even sniff 6. Didn't even. That meant I would have fucking hammered the under. And just fucking insider trading.
Yes.
It's fairly realistic, I'll be honest. I'm a rat. I don't care.
Got to pay rent.
Yeah, someone's got to do it around here. My landlord texted us the other day. Hey, are you guys around tomorrow? I'd like to meet with you about your financial problems because our fucking roommate doesn't send him rent. I'm fucked. I might get fucking evicted. It'd be very funny if I was homeless though.
That wouldn't be very funny to me.
Whatever, dude.
I mean,
I have an office. I'll just sleep on the desk. They got Wi-Fi.
Can you stay at the drop full time?
Probably. And by that I mean yeah, no problem. I'll live in the basement.
I mean,
I've been down there. They have a couch. It's fine.
There's a couch.
Great air quality.
Rush the touch tunes.
At that point, I would take over that fucking machine.
You already do.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Points were made.
Honestly, that's the highlight to me visiting in August. We're going to have fun out there, but me coming to the drop and just watching you in your element at the touch tunes is going to be a fucking delight. And seeing the first lady like observe this and be like, yeah, this is normal.
No, she'll lead the charge. Yeah. She's an enabler, you might say.
All right, man. Sounds fun.
Question though, hockey related.
Uh-oh.
Do the Leafs get swept? Or do they get a game 5?
It's way funnier if it's swept.
I know.
Because in the end of, like, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. They're losing. But 4-0 versus 4-1 is way better to me.
I don't know. I kind of like them losing game 5 at home.
At home matters.
You know how many
also,
Nylander jerseys will be on the ice?
But also, there's a little element, too, to giving them a taste of, like, faith, right?
Yeah.
If they win game 4, it's like, well, unlikely, but it's happened 4 times in the history of the NHL. So, like, yeah, maybe. And then they get destroyed.
Imagine they, like, mount an overtime win in game 4. Go back to Toronto for game 5. 30,000 people in Maple Leaf Square. And they get the ever-living fucking dog shit kicked out of them, like 7-1. In game 5 and get eliminated. Matthews demands the trade. Marner leaves.
Ooh.
Nylander ends up in Ottawa somehow.
Tavares won't leave because pajamas.
Dubas goes to Pittsburgh. Shanahan takes over player safety again and never, ever suspends every
better
league.
or worse?
Suspends Morgan Riley and Michael Bunt. They extend Bunting 6x6, and Bunting gets suspended every 10 minutes.
Ooh. All right. Random Maple Leafs question, but is not re-signing Zach Hyman the biggest fuck up the organization's ever made?
I don't know. That's fucking nuts. Like,
it's borderline.
That contract will look bad eventually.
It will, but not for the first like 3 years at least. 3 to 4 are safe. After that, yeah, it's questionable, but like Toronto could have used him.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, like all that dude has to do is stand within 9 feet of the net, and McDavid and Draisaitl are like,
bing,
here, man,
finish.
What did he score? This like 30 something.
30 something.
Amazing. I fucking love it. I hope he ends up winning the fucking Conn Smythe somehow. Draisaitl doesn't
I don't
score
think anyone's
goal.
beating
Draisaitl might score 30 fucking playoff goals.
They could lose in the conference finals and still have Draisaitl get the fucking Conn Smythe.
I have not watched a second of the game tonight. Has he scored tonight?
There was only one goal last I saw. I turned off the TV because it was streaming. So I didn't, when I got booted for internet fuck ups, I'm like, yeah, I'm just turning it off. Here we go. So at most one.
Oh, they lost 5-1. Okay.
It's over. Oh, only 5-1. Okay.
Yeah, he didn't have a point. They should trade him.
What a bitch.
What a loser.
Yeah, send him to Minnesota. Make him suffer.
Yeah, everyone would hate that. You can't let. Oof. If you're Edmonton, that's tough. You let White Cloud score and you gave McNabb a point. And Martinez, that's tough.
Yeah. Shit. All right. Well, God bless you, Z.
4 hours, bro.
4 hours. We just hit it. We got through the entire first round. SpokedZ draft picks. It was beautiful.
They won't be anything close to what happens, but
no, because the GMs are fucking morons. So we'll see what happens.
I am also a moron.
No, thank you for joining, man. You made this stream what it was. You're the reason we hit 75, 80 at one point, and everyone is here for you. So thank you.
Who the fuck is that? How did we just gain one?
We just gained one somehow. We're at 9. But for real, we love everyone that listened at any point. Those that are current listening, you are psychos, and we love you to death.
I'm
Signing
gonna have
off.
one more highlight for the road.
One more highlight for the roads. He's going to do it without a straw because he is slumming it right now. Can't even afford a plastic straw. But thank you all for tuning in. Z is the man. He knows prospects inside and out. And here we are signing off. State of Hoppy, SpokedZ. Everyone follow at SpokedZ, at State of Hoppy if you don't care about your mental sanity, but please follow at Sota Pod for all of these updates. Please, if you haven't already, subscribe to the YouTube channel. We appreciate you all. Please support our partners. Northland Vodka, I've been drinking it for quite a while tonight. Delightful. They actually have their charity golf tournament coming up in a couple weeks. If you haven't signed up and you're in Minnesota, fucking do it. 7th Avenue Pizza. They've always got deals. Follow them at 7th Avenue Pizza, and they will tell you where their deals are at. BetterEdge.com, and that's BETTOR edge.com/sotapod. Free $20 sign up. And of course, our good friends at Waggle Golf. GetYourWaggleOn.com. When you get to your cart, put in SP10, free 10% off anything from Waggle, but load up the cart because it's a one-time use per email. Giver, hard. Z knows. He had a hat he loved so much that he lost at a bar. Just thumbs up. That's it.
There was like 8 minutes of fucking ads and like the count's going up. Fucking stuff.
It was like 2 minutes tops. And yes, somehow the followers went up. I don't even know. This is fucking bonkers. All right. We love you all. Signing off. State of Hoppy here from the Sota Pod. SpokedZ crushing it as always with prospects. Everyone tune in on Fridays for Judd's Buds. Z, you got anything else, man?
No, you covered it for the last half hour. So let's just get the fuck out of here. I'm going to drink this beer. Maybe go to bed. Probably not. And that's it.
Reverse narcolepsy's a bitch. All right. Don't fear. Just drink some beer and stay wild, folks.
Still